Good evening. It is 5 p.m. and we are meeting as the Kent School District Board in a special meeting which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. The purpose of this special meeting is a policy work session. We will start with a roll call of our board members. If you are present, please indicate so by saying present. Director Gregory?
Present.
Director Song?
Present.
Director Clark?
Present.
Vice President Cook? Absent. And I am present. First thing that we will do is I'll turn it over to Deputy Superintendent Dr. Behringer.
Thank you, President Margell. I would like to introduce Ms. Pam Hawley, our policy coordinator, to begin our policy work session this evening.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Behringer, Ms. Curry. Tonight, we have an exciting six policy agenda, and we always go through what the classifications are for anybody who has not seen this before. I want to let you know that tonight we have 5 essential policies and 1 encouraged policy. This is in addition to our discussion we'll be having about the Title IX policies. On January 29th, the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Kentucky vacated the 2024 Title IX regulations. This applied nationwide and returned Title IX to the 2020 regulations. To this end, KSD needs to reinstate its 2020 Title IX policies and procedures and retire others as necessary. Tonight's regular meeting consent agenda will be reinstating 3205, updating the date only. We hadn't actually had that one revised at this point, so we're just updating the date. 5011, we are retiring the old one, sex discrimination and sex-based harassment of district staff prohibited, and retiring 3206, pregnant and parenting students. I wanted to let you know that State Superintendent Rickdahl noted during a recent media conference that WASDA model policies are vetted through some of the best legal counsel out there, the State Attorney General's office, legal counsel in the legislature, et cetera. And to quote him, he said it is the safest way for districts to land on compliance. So that's what we're doing by going back to these old policies. I also want to let you know that Superintendent Rickdahl made sure to note that we do have non-discrimination laws. Gender identity and gender expression are protected classes under Washington state law, which means schools cannot discriminate against students based on their gender identity or gender expression. So that's the first part of our work session tonight. We'll be discussing that. And then I just want to rip through these pretty quickly, and then we'll look at each one. Policy 2124, physical education and health class. This is new to KSD, and it's a first reading. 2163, multi-tiered system of supports, also a first reading and new to KSD. Policy 2190, highly capable programs, first reading. 2195, academic acceleration, first reading and new to KSD. 2255, alternative learning experience courses, first reading. Policy 5050, contracts. This is second reading and being brought back per the board's direction. So let's open up the first policy.
Ms. Hawley, sure, I'd take a moment here because I know one of the things that I asked about when we were reviewing that these were going to be coming on to the agenda for tonight was, we have model policy. We've chosen in most times to be able to have model policy be what directs us as a district for our policies, WASDA model policy. And we've also talked about policies kind of the floor. And so if for a moment, can we talk about, so what happens if we choose not to roll back these? And I understand safest, but what does that mean? And we know that we can have a floor of protection as what, is put out there. But as a district, what does it look like if we want our protection levels higher than the floor?
Well, I know Mr. Leonard's here and probably can address this, but I know part of it was that we're changing these to limit our risk from an Office of Civil Rights challenge. And maybe Mr. Leonard could speak to that.
Yeah, President Margell, thank you for the question. So there is a bit of a difference between a change in federal law in which state law addresses, which could be, for example, a lot of the guidance related to like WIAA participation for students, because state law addresses the question. And so there was direction provided by OSPI related to student participation in athletics that were a state law question. And certainly state law can offer more protections than federal law. That is a true statement, and I think that's what you're referring to. The challenge here is that the policy is outlined and dependent upon Title IX, and its regulations and guidance provided by Title IX. And so the underpinnings of the entire policy is based on the regulations in Title IX, which is a federal regulation. It's tied to the guidance and the regulations provided, and such that the whole underpinnings of the regulations originally were the 2020 regulations that were in effect previously, and then the 2024 regulations that were in effect. Because they dialed it back, the procedures that, the regulations that the policy relied upon are no longer in effect. And that is, the whole scheme, the whole framework is dependent upon Title IX. That's where it's coming from. So there isn't a similar state law gap filler that addresses it, because it's based on Title IX, the Title IX regulation. That's why the recommendation is to follow what Title IX tells us to do, which is the regulations, the regulations from 2020 rather than 2024. And we've checked with OSPI. There have been conversations about recommendations and WASDA's recommendation. And again, I walked in a little bit late, but I heard some of the conversation related to the recommendation, which is to follow what the decision said, which is the 2020 regulations. And that is the recommendation.
May I ask a follow-up question on that?
Certainly.
And it makes sense to me, and this is conversations that, I brought up, and so I'm kind of bringing them up so everybody in the board is aware of this. But if we chose as a district then to have, let's say, a policy that protects our pregnant and parenting students in the same way that this policy was before, and just make it as a policy of the board without the Title IX behind it, and saying, because of Title IX, we are doing this, but instead of, as a board and a district, we choose to do this. We could still do that?
In potentially a different policy or somewhere else, but under the Title IX policy or under this section.
Correct.
It's tied to Title IX.
Yes.
Specifically around how investigations work. Right, and so we want to make sure that our investigatory procedures that are tied to Title IX, required under Title IX, are up to date with the regulations of Title IX.
Yep.
Which used to be 2024, now we're 2020. So our investigations that are required under Title IX have to be, in conjunction with the regulations. They just have to now be the 2020 regulations, which changes the substance of the policy and procedure.
And it sounds like the who, right? Like,
And the
so
who, yes,
you would have the Title IX,
correct.
yes, okay.
And this is audited. We've had OCR when they existed, and that's arguably, what the status is now. But OCR, we've had investigations in which our policies were not up to date with the regulations. So they're looking to see whether or not they match. Does your policy match the regulations? And that's one of the key questions that they look at. And so it's a compliance question. It's a fair question that you ask. Certainly, we want to be in compliance. I've had conversations with OCR attorneys in which the directions at OCR are confusing, are inconsistent as to what they're telling districts to do, or what they're telling their investigators to do to go after districts that are not following the regulations, that are still using the 2024 regulations. And so I can tell you it's a bit of unknown. And the best thing to do right now is to follow the guidance that we're getting, which is to follow the 2020 regulations.
Yes, and I think it still makes sense to me that, yes, we have to have our policies around Title IX match what current law is for Title IX. No question on that. But I just want to know what it opens up if we like the protections that the policies have given us, knowing that Title IX would not be the underpinning of that.
Correct.
Then as a district, we still have the choice to do that.
I would say I would say in theory, the answer to that is yes. That
Okay.
certainly boards and state law can offer additional protections to citizens that are not offered under Title IX. It just wouldn't be tied to Title IX.
Fair. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Any other questions from the board about that? Okay, thanks.
So President Markell, are you suggesting that we look at doing those policies in a different way? Or
I'm not suggesting anything at this time. I just wanted
Okay.
to understand kind of, I wanted to know where we're at and what that meant to do. I think that as a board, that would probably be something that we would want to discuss further, because really at least how I had seen it, we were looking to model Title IX, but that can also, there might be other protections that we may or may not want part of our board policy that may or may not be part of Title IX.
So those policies will show up tonight on the consent agenda for approval from you. I mean, not discussion and approval, but just under consent agenda. Okay, ready to move on to 2124. This is physical education and health class. This policy information was originally contained in policy 6700, which when it was together with nutrition, health, and PE. No substantive changes have been made other than to, in WASDA's words, detangle it from the other topics. So because this information in this standalone policy relates to instruction now, it has been moved out of the 6000 management series into the 2000 instruction series. The language that's in here is pretty much identical to what it was in for the, when the policy was all together.
Director Clark?
A question for Dr. Behringer. Didn't we used to give waivers for people that were varsity athletes?
Director Cook, yes. In fact, those are called PE waivers, and they're still in place. So it's not just varsity athletes, anyone who participates in athletics, and they show that they're there and attending and participating and things like that, they can fill out a waiver to waive their PE credit, yet they still have to pick up another elective class to fulfill their 24 credit requirement for graduation.
Right,
But
okay.
they can waive their PE with the athletics waiver, yes.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Move on to 2163. This policy is being strategically presented at this time to come on the heels of the fantastic presentation we had a couple weeks ago at the regular board meeting on MTSS, so that the board would be informed about it before this policy came to you.
Director Clark?
One of the ladies, yeah. To measure and monitor the students' response to these supports, the systemic use of plan, do, study, act cycles. Is this been the standard practice for some time? And is it well-known by those in the classroom?
Good evening. So yes, and we have work that we need to do in solidifying it as a systemic process. In this district, we started with MTSS behavior, and now we're looking at a more MTSS holistic approach to students to combine academics and behavior. So although we have schools doing this, we don't systemically have it happening across all of our schools in a similar manner. And so that is part of the work that the Deb presented at the last board meeting around the work that we're doing around MTSS.
Okay, and is there any use of outside facilitators if we get into individualized tier 3?
You mean outside supports? So people coming into.
Outside of our employees?
Well, we do have community partners who come in and support for different, we do have community partners who come in and support for social, emotional learning and mentorship opportunities, but not at this time for academics.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And I know that we're going to talk about the highly capable program here in a second in multi-tiered system support. The two of them go for me together well on an evening. I'd like to, I don't know if this is, I guess I've talked about this for a couple of years. We have our highly capable program, and it really starts with our Odyssey program in the 3rd grade, which is different than most other districts in our area that start that program in the 1st or 2nd grade or whatever they call it in their district. And we have other behavior supports and academic supports that start as early as preschool, kindergarten for sure. And I'm just trying to understand why that academic need that we identify, it didn't just appear in 3rd grade. It appeared a lot earlier. And why we choose as a district not to give that level of support to the students that's the most educationally appropriate classroom for them, why we wait so long.
Thank you for the question. Sorry. Thank you for the question. I'm Karen Stevens. I oversee the HiCap program. And I really think it's an important question because our team did a lot of research on that, on when to have our universal screening and when to begin our Odyssey services. We do have HiCap services beginning in kindergarten, so I do want you to understand that. We cluster, we train our teachers, we provide additional resources beginning in kindergarten, 1st grade and 2nd grade. It's at 3rd grade that we divide out and we have our ACE program, which is our Tier 2 cluster program, and our Odyssey program, which is more of a Tier 3 program that you were talking about. When we looked at the research, because we wanted to make the best decision we could for kids, but when we looked at the research and review of national state research, technical guidance from the COGAT, the research showed us that starting in grade 2, the reliability of test scores significantly improves and the measure of error decreases. And so that really helped us to know that when we were selecting or we were identifying students, that we would have defensible identification decisions. And more importantly, our historically underserved students, especially our multilingual learners, we use the nonverbal measures, it became better precision at that age if we waited until 2nd grade. And the law allows us to do either K1 or 2, and the majority of the districts around us screen in 2nd grade. I do have a list I can tell you. Auburn has screening in 1st grade, but Enumclaw, Federal Way, not Enumclaw, sorry, Auburn and Enumclaw, Federal Way, Highline, Issaquah, Renton, Tahoma, have the screening in the 2nd grade and the 5th grade, or 2nd grade and the 4th grade for a few districts very similar to us. So I've pulled some research together on that if you would like to see it on why, because all of the, the tests are more reliable at 2nd grade. If we give them earlier, the full universal screening, our COGAT assessment is not as reliable at grades K and 1. That's why we give it in 2nd grade, and we use that to help us decide what services to provide, whether kids need ACE services or the Odyssey self-contained services that you're asking about.
Yeah, I've also heard the COGAT referred to as the low-cost option, and it's not the necessarily, it's the best, that's the cheapest test out there, and maybe not the best for identification. And we've also seen where it identifies our Black and brown kids less often than our white students. And so is it the best test that we have out there for identifying? And if that test just doesn't become as reliable until later on, are we using the right test?
So we've looked at a lot of different assessments. So that's also a great question. We've looked at a lot of different assessments. At one time, we used the Naglieri in our district as another assessment. So we've used a lot. We don't use any one measure to identify students. We look at the COGAT scores for identification, but we also look at achievement data. We look at our iReady, our iReady reading, our iReady math. We look at our SBA scores. We look at our WOG-HIDs for our kindergarten scores. So it's not one score that can get a child in or out of the program. It's really, we look across the scores. And then in terms of being really culturally responsive, we also look at WIDA scores. We look at our growth for our students in rapid language. We have some research-based teacher surveys that we have and parent surveys. So really, it's a mixture of all of them. It's not just the COGAT, but even when we look at our iReady and some of our, we don't have SBA till third grade, but even when we look at our iReady data, the iReady data is more reliable with our COGAT data in our second grade screening.
I'll be interested in looking at the information because at least in what I've seen is that while maybe the universal testing doesn't happen until later, the ability to have that program and it sounds like we have a number of different ways that we look at doing that, and the other districts are having it earlier. Was I misunderstanding that the universal testing doesn't happen until second grade, but other districts in our area are choosing to still start the program in first and second grade?
That also varies across districts. Some districts are phasing out, several districts are phasing out their self-contained program, and they're only doing the cluster or in-classroom program. Enumclaw has no self-contained program. Federal Way doesn't have self-contained. Highline is phasing out their self-contained program. Auburn has it in grades 4 and 5.
What about Bellevue, Lake Washington, North Shore, Seattle?
Bellevue has the self-contained program in grades 2 through 5. Lake Washington, 2 through 8. North Shore is phasing out their self-contained program.
Okay.
Could I ask some follow-up questions? Kind of going in line with what President Margell was asking, what is our stance moving forward with the self-contained classrooms? Is that still something that's going to be embedded into the MTSS process, or do we also have longitudinal plans to also phase that out?
We've had no discussions about phasing out our highly capable programs as they currently sit, even though, as she indicated, districts around us, that is not a conversation that we have had.
Okay, and I'm just curious, just because I know there's a lot going on. How come, just because I know there's a large component of that that's embedded into a lot of these systems and a lot of considerations that go into them, I'm just curious, like, is that going to be a conversation? I would love to learn more about that process.
I don't think I can answer that question about phasing out that particular program. There's a need. We have a large number of students that are part of that program. So I don't see that it's never come up as a conversation that we would phase that program out. And I would think that that would be about whether we have need for that, a large need for that in our system or not. And we do. So we fill all of our seats in all of our schools that have our Odyssey program. And so it hasn't been a conversation. And I think that if we are having an MTSS system that's truly meeting all needs of all students, that there is a need for that particular type of program for a population of students. And I personally would not see us phasing that out for our students because we want to meet all students' needs. And we have a variety of programs to do that in the entire spectrum for our students.
Yeah, absolutely. And I asked just because as I was hearing that some of these other districts are phasing them out, I just didn't know where we sit as a district with that being a topic of conversation. And then my other question was for Tier 3. Typically, from what I've experienced with the Tier 3 models with the individualized care, I haven't run across a lot of evidence of any kind of outcomes or scope of practice when we introduce our community-based resources to our Tier 3 students. And I know I asked this in the past, but is there something that has been developed or is near completion of development on how we're vetting and assessing which agencies and services we're utilizing? And then also just the fidelity of those services being implemented for the Tier 3.
So we recently put together a request for a proposal and sent it out to our community-based organizations. And so we've edited that to really focus on what you've said and holding people accountable for what we expect in our schools and the services they provide to our students. And so as something that, as organizations who would probably sit with me, our team is dedicated to ensuring that that accountability piece is there. We've spoken to all of our middle school principals to think through what does it look like for these community-based organizations to be at your school? How do you currently use them right now? Just so we can see, is that even in line with how we said we were going to use them, so that we can shift the process to better support our students moving forward.
Okay, and yeah, I guess my thing with that too is I don't want to speak for the rest of the board, but as we move closer to identifying what that list looks like, is there a way that as a board that we can also receive a small presentation? I feel like it'd be really beneficial for us to also understand and know about the agencies that are going to be entering our communities. And so as opposed to just finding out in other ways, it'd be nice to have a small presentation of like, hey, these are the people we vetted, and just like a brief rationale or summary as to how that decision came to be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Anything else on MTSS?
Nothing at this time.
We'll go on to highly capable. We've probably talked maybe as much as you want to about it, but if you have more questions, I just want to point out that the language in this does contain the language that this board requested about culturally responsive practices. So that is in this policy. Any follow-up questions on this? Okay, we'll move on to 2195, academic acceleration. House Bill 1599 directed the implementation of this policy. Additionally, this policy was recategorized from discretionary to essential. The district automatically enrolls any student who meets or exceeds the state standard on the 8th grade or high school ELA or mathematics statewide student assessment into the next most rigorous level of advanced courses or program offered by the high school. The ultimate goal is the student's automatic enrollment in dual credit courses. On a side note, parents or guardians have an opportunity for students to opt out of participation in this process. Questions?
And I don't know if this is addressed in here, but what is our policy on if somebody wants to take more rigorous classes by choice, like an opt-in choice? I think specifically, and I'm going to say just, I know this as just a parent, we have students that entered into the middle school and wanting to take the humanities class, which is kind of the higher level class, or they felt that they were ready to move into, I think it's pre-algebra, as opposed to taking core 7. I know now it's 6, that things have changed. Why don't we let them?
I'm not sure that we don't let them, in many cases, accelerate into by request. And math placement, we do provide recommendations based on a set of data around where the student should be placed based on their academic achievement prior. But principals make the ultimate decision around placement of students. And there have been many times when principals have called me to say, this parent would like to accelerate, and so, okay, let them try that. And in fact, there have been times when they've accelerated them and it just didn't work out, and they just moved them back to the next class, but they allowed them to try that. Certainly at the high school level, I hear principals all the time, kids make choices, and they encourage them to make choices about upper level courses that they might want to take. I know at CAM, they've encouraged all kids to take some level of IB in those classes. And when I have not had an experience or somebody come to me to say, I've been denied access to this class when I wanted to take an upper division class. We don't have a policy in place that keeps children from doing that.
Okay, so, but what I am hearing is if a child wants to take a higher level class than what they necessarily maybe would just be slotted into, the district, it's the parents that get, and the child that gets to make that choice to do that, and that the district will accept that.
It happens at the building, that happens at the building level with the principal and conversation with principal, parent, and child.
Okay, that's different. So we're saying that the principal can say no. What if the parent and the child have a different opinion than the principal? Who wins on that?
I don't know that we have a policy or procedure for an appeal that works their way up the system, but I haven't had that experience, so I can't answer that question for you.
I'll just jump in. I would say more often than not, when student or a parent want to engage the building leader or counselor in wanting to take an upper level class that maybe they don't qualify for, based on like a grade they had in a previous class or a prerequisite class. To my knowledge, there is always an opportunity to come in and, I wouldn't say plead your case, but to say, hey, I think I'd like to take this class. The counselor could be the previous teacher of that particular content area, the building leader, depending on which combination thereof. Just letting them know, like, okay, so understand the content is this in this class that you'd like to take. They might go over previous test scores or academic success in that particular area. But I would say rarely, and again, I can't speak for all principals in every single case, because every case is individual. Rarely would a principal or a counselor turn down a kid if a student and a parent came in and said, I really would like to take this class, and here's the reasons why I'd like to take this class, and I know the challenge that this class is going to be, but that's on my shoulders. And I can remember these kind of conversations with families, and to Dr. Corbley's point, where we've had kids that they'll go into that space, they'll take the class, and they'll either, if they start to struggle, and then there's always that, hey, well, we can pull you out and put you back into the class that you would normally be in. But I would say rarely do we deny a student and their parents the opportunity that they are willing to step into, especially around advancement. I think all of our schools really kind of encourage kids to take at least one challenging course before they graduate from high school, if not more. So
I heard that, and again, feedback from the community on this one is that it was, well, we have as many classes based off of who tested in from the prior, so we don't have enough room in the classes. And so since you didn't test in, there's no room, you can't move up. So that was the blocker. And so the problem is it's not based off of who wants to take this class, it's based off of who tested in, so then we built the schedule, and so now there's no room.
I'm going to throw a rock into this discussion. As a former AP history teacher, I have encountered kids who love the topics and they live and breathe it in terms of history. But the catch is the textbook is written at a collegiate level. And suddenly you're putting a kid into a position where they can't really, they're in a deep struggle trying to get to that point of competency, particularly when it comes to that level of testing based on that level of reading level. And it is by its nature, I mean, that's one of the powers of that advanced placement class is having to struggle with that textbook that is so tightly written that they actually are really getting ready for a higher level productivity. And it's tough for some kids because they love the basic subject matter, but they're not prepared with the high demands that come with it. That's just my opinion.
I have a lot of comments on that we should then raise the bar and that we can do hard things. And I have faith in our kids, if they really are that interested, people do hard things because they have an interest level in it. And if we have a kid and a parent, and I think I do say that that's a difference, right? You have to have the kid on board too. It can't be just
Oh,
the
yeah.
parent
Oh,
saying,
yeah.
hey, push, push, push. I agree. But if if a kid who wants to take a tough class and work really hard, man, if grit is the best thing that our kids get out of high school and middle school, more power to them. We need to be able to have the space available to do that. And I guess I've had enough people come to me and say, I've tried to have my kid in this class. My kid wants to be in this class. I've had kids say this, that I can't imagine that I met the 5 kids that ever in the history of KSD that's happened to. So I cannot imagine that I have the anomaly of the 5, like these people I've talked to. So I guess that would be my feedback is, how do we make that space that lets people feel like that they can shine their best and maybe do better than they tried in elementary school, or do better in high school than they tried in middle school?
Could we actually get clarification on President Margell's question about that scenario of, say, a parent and student really wants to pursue that higher level course, and then the teacher is at capacity? What does happen?
Yeah, I can jump in on that. I was actually going to answer that question for you. So, that is a real thing. To President Margell's point of whether that's the only 5 people ever that have ever wanted to be in a course and not able to because there's not enough space, probably not true. But again, I don't think in any given year, any one principal is having dozens and dozens of kids coming saying, I want to be in an advanced class. When principals set the master schedule and they're given their staffing, and they're going through and they're putting their master schedule together, they're looking at all of those pieces. There are some things right now within the KEA CBA that kind of tie our hands, where back in my day when I was a building principal, I could add more kids to classes and it wouldn't be, that's an overload piece, or now we've taken the teacher outside of their ability to teach more than the kids that, are in the contract. And so that wasn't a thing. Now it is a little bit more of a thing. But again, as things are tightening up in our staffing and we're being fiscally responsible, we're not seeing, and I think all principals can attest to this, we're not seeing a lot of classrooms, whether they be advanced class or elective classes, that have an extra 8 to 10, 12 spots waiting for kids to want to be in that class. We're pretty close to the cap in most of our classes at middle school and high school. So to your point, that's probably not it's probably not untrue that a parent has been told or a student's been told there are no seats in this particular space. Because now with language in our contract, it does kind of tie our hands. Now, I would say that if we have more and more students that are interested in a particular class, there may be an opportunity to add additional section or change one of the other sections that may be low in numbers. Because we did this when I was at KM, we were trying to increase our honors classes. So we would, if we had 17 kids and we needed to get to 30, it's like we'd go to all of our English 10 classes and say, we need 13 more kids for honors. And we'd talk it up and promote it and then build that class up and change a gen ed English class to an honors class. So there is probably not a lot of flexibility anymore in 2025 to be able to do things like that because things are a little bit tighter in our staffing. But again, I think every student and parent should feel comfortable to at least advocate and try to see if they can get in a class that they want to when it comes to advanced opportunities. There are, again, restrictions that maybe weren't in place 10 years ago that I'd like to see us work through as a district with our teaching partners. But right now, it is a challenge. There's things you can do at the high school level, like independent study, that'll allow a teacher to be able to pick up another student to be able to work on some things outside of class in that same vein, but without sitting in the classroom. But those are kind of one-offs as well.
Okay, so in that case then, so that student wouldn't be allowed to register?
It's possible if there's not a seat available based on the constraints of the contract language for class size,
Yeah.
then they wouldn't be able to register for that.
Okay.
They could be on a waiting list potentially, but then, once you get past the first couple weeks of instruction, especially for an advanced class,
Yeah.
you're quite a bit behind.
Yeah, no, I totally get with like
Yeah.
the CBAs and the capacities. Another, I guess, a random question similar to that. What if a student did want to still maintain all their courses? Let's say that's a scenario, they can't get into that class because they're at capacity. Do we have a policy around like overloading on credits? And how does that impact us in terms of budget? So an example, this kid that we're talking about can't get into the higher level course, it's full. So they take the class that they're assigned to. And then on top of that, they wanted to take additional like running start credits and take credits at a community college. Is that allowed?
So the state pays us per pupil.
Yeah.
A fee for them to be a full-time student, and a full-time student is noted by a number of hours that the student is a full-time student. So above that, that's a cost that comes in a different way, not
Okay.
out of.
So the district would have to pay if that student
You know,
wanted to take?
I can't even, I'm trying to think. I know we've got two principals sitting over here, one being a high school principal, and I don't want to put him on the spot. But having been out of that mix for a bit, I'm not sure what the availability of taking your 6 classes at the high school level and adding additional classes on top of that.
Yeah.
I know we have kids that are split between running start and high school and things like that, but everything comes down to the cost and where the dollars go. So I can get back to you on that though.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm just curious, because I know some kids will do the hybrid model, but then I've also run into those who want that full high school experience, but then also want to take additional credits to work towards their AA after graduation. So I just didn't know if there was a pathway that existed within our system in this district that allowed that opportunity to happen.
Running start also, you can't start until you're 16,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and so there's limits. So it kind of knocks anything out for anybody at the middle school or the
Yeah.
first 2 years of high school.
I have a comment on this. So I have a student that wanted to take an advanced class, and her previous teacher is no longer here at the district. And it's an overload situation. So we went in and negotiated. She didn't take it because middle school is 2 years, right, at the time. So she didn't take it 7th grade, she took it 8th grade. We were on the list for the next year. And during her 7th grade, she had academic pieces that her counselor wanted her to have, and she was in. I've had the same experience in high school, and again, the negotiation was, we can't do it this year because we have a limited number. The contract says we can't overload the class, but they were given an opportunity the next year. So they got it and they've succeeded in the course. So I think it's a negotiation sometimes with the principal if that's one of the areas that's a concern. But you just need to sit down, and I encourage parents to be like, sit down with your student, go in, make the meeting, and it can work. They will work on it. I've never had anyone say, in my experience, say no. My other kids that I know that I work with all the time, they too, they wanted to take a different class and they were able to take it. So I haven't seen a no. I've seen a.
Not
well,
right now.
Not that I can't do it this quarter, but next quarter we're gonna put you in. Like, I've seen negotiation in that way.
I don't know, I'm just thinking like humanities in 7th grade, you're never gonna take that again. It's not an 8th grade class, like, you have a different level,
Right.
so.
It depends on the class, right?
Yeah.
These were English, right? English and math. So these are core that follow you, right? So, but I've always had the experience to be, hey, we're gonna put you in this time, or at the middle of the year.
That's hard
Yeah.
for everybody. Okay. Any additional questions on the academic acceleration?
Okay, we're on to alternative learning experience. Okay, KSD's policy is 18 years old, and since it was last revised, There have been many changes in the law that govern the alternative learning experience instruction, including full-time equivalency documentation, truancy reporting, and assessment requirements.
And just a general question. We currently are dealing with that hybrid program that we are entering with the city of Kent that's clearly a different style of earning alternative credit. And I assume that that perfectly fits this model.
Could you remind me, you said the City of Kent's alternative program, so the STEM.
They were trying to get internships within the businesses of Kent.
Yep, that's correct.
And I assume.
Yeah, so that could, this is so these ALE experiences, so ALE, much like, we've got Open Doors and iGrad. ALE is like a KLA, Kent Laboratory Academy. There's
Right.
there's a part of that piece. Anything outside of the normal traditional opportunities.
Okay.
There could be some opportunity there for alternative. So yeah, so like work-based learning, that particular partnership that you're talking about, kids having access to be able to get credit for doing courses outside of the norm of KSD.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else?
Does this also cover students that have to go to, like, online to be able to, because of our 6-period schedule, if you do choir and a language, there's no room for health. And so a lot of our students end up having to do that. Is this policy cover that?
Yes and no.
Okay.
It depends on the circumstances, whether some of those kids are actually taking an extra class, as you were talking about, Andy, that goes beyond what we're paid for by the state, and they're acquiring that credit through an online thing because we're already being funded for them full-time. But when we have a student at our online school, that is an ALE program, and so it's based on the number of hours, and we have to follow all of these regulations in order to be funded for those students because it's not by class period. So it's anything that is not class period driven, where they're not attending our traditional schools and they're in for X number of class periods per day.
Good.
Okay. We're on to the last one. This is 50/50 contracts, which we've brought back for a second reading per the board's request. You show this with no markup, and you can see the language added here. I just brought it back for the board to weigh in on if that's something that they want. Contracts where specific dollar amounts are stipulated by board policy and/or law will require approval of the board. That was to Director Clark's question last time. Does that suffice?
Got it.
Well, that's it. No hail yet, and we ended 12 minutes early. Thank you, board.
Okay. Well, it is 5:49, and we are adjourning this work session. There is not an executive session this evening, but we will return at 6:30 to begin our regular meeting. Thank you, and we'll see you in a little bit. And we are calling this regular meeting of the Kent School District Board to order. First item of business is that we will do a roll call of our board members. If you are present, please indicate your presence by saying present. Director Gregory.
Present.
Director Song.
Present.
Director Clark.
Present.
Vice President Cook.
Present.
And I am present. And let's join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening. Glad to see so many people here with us tonight. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meetings Act. We welcome the public's participation in the board meeting and thank those of you who have come to this meeting and those who are viewing via our live stream. The purpose of a board meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to but not respond to comments from visitors. Whether made verbally in person, verbally on video, or written, comments are limited to a total of one per person per regular board meeting. One additional comment per person may be submitted for a public hearing if there's a public hearing item on the agenda. All forms of public comment are subject to Chapter 4256 RCW Public Records Act. The public may comment at regular board meetings in a manner authorized by state law. All comments must adhere to Policy 1420 and Procedure 1420P. If you wish to make a comment to the board, comment forms are available for completion prior to the meeting and must be turned in no later than the beginning of the legislative report. No forms will be accepted once the report has begun. Comments are limited to 3 minutes. Public comments will be heard after the agenda review. Students will be given the first opportunity to speak on any topic during the student voice portion of the agenda, which takes place immediately following this opening. General public comments from non-students will be heard during preliminary communication from the audience. Any remaining comments, whether from students or non-students, will be heard at specific agenda items and during the final communication from the audience. Student comments will be heard first on any topic. Please state your first and last name prior to beginning your testimony. Abusive public comments personally directed towards the board, staff, or students will not be tolerated. The use of specific names or personally identifiable information of board, staff, or students is not allowed. Board members or KSD staff members may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when not adhering to Procedure 1420P. All comments, whether verbal or written, must adhere to the standards of civility as defined in Policy 1400, Meeting Conduct, Order of Business, and Quorum. If you are seated in overflow room, there's a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow extra time for you to make your way into the boardroom after your name is called. Individuals with items for the board or superintendent must provide them directly to the safety services staff. Approaching the dais during the board meeting is not allowed. Any items turned in will be provided to the board and superintendent following the meeting. We now move on to item 1.06, land acknowledgement. Director Gregory, would you mind reading that for us?
We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe, who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and the Puget Sound.
Thank you very much, Director Gregory. We get to be joined here tonight on the dais by Deputy Superintendent Behringer, and I ask if there is any changes to the agenda.
President Margell, there are no changes to the agenda.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve the agenda as printed.
Sorry, I do have a change that I would like to make.
Okay, so
I know he's already made it, so we can go through that motion first.
you can make an amendment to the motion.
All right, I would like to make an amendment to the motion.
Second.
Well, he needs to tell us what the,
My amendment is to add an item to our agenda as item 8.02, authorizing my legal fees to be paid. Do we need a second, or?
I'm waiting for a second.
Second.
Okay, so we are now open for discussion on that. I believe that this is an item that has already been to the board before.
I've never made an official request.
I believe that we've brought it to vote before.
No, we brought the discussion to vote. We never actually had it on our agenda. So it was never actually discussed, only the discussion about the discussion was discussed.
Okay, so then we just voted not to put it onto the agenda.
That's correct. Previously. Is there any other discussion?
Well, I think that the point being is we didn't add it before, and I'm failing to see why we would add it now.
Okay.
Are we going to need discussion with legal before I'm just clarifying.
This is just the discussion on whether or not we will discuss it. So it's essentially if we're going to add it as an item for us to discuss later. So at that point, though, it would be appropriate, I think, for us to ask the lawyer, unless there's a procedural question.
I guess that this has been brought up before of, on pending litigation.
The question related to whether or not this is pending litigation, there is settlement conversations happening on this matter. Does that answer your question?
There is pending litigation right now.
I mean, if I understand the request from Vice President Cook, it's to pay for legal fees associated with pending litigation? Is that?
It's to pay for the legal fees that I've incurred for that pending litigation of, I guess, the action taken against me from this board at that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Certainly that can be part of the board's discussion as to whether or not you wish to vote this up or down. That certainly can be something the board can consider. And I can talk more at that time if this is on the agenda.
Okay. I do believe that you are incorrect, that I do believe that this was an item on the agenda that we did vote up and down, and I believe that it was item 7.01 on February 14th, 2024.
Well, let's take a look. Is that pertinent, though? I'm just curious. Maybe we could get an
Yes.
answer from from our legal representative there.
I mean, it's pertinent in that we've had the agenda item, we've already
This board has
discussed it. Well, just,
This board has not.
so every decision that a board makes,
Are we not a new
we're
board?
going to have to re-discuss every single time that there's a new board member?
No. Do we do that with everything else?
No, my comment is that this has been discussed and decided.
So discussion approval, that item was not put in there. There was a discussion, yes, but it was a discussion of adding it to our meeting. Adding it to our meeting would have put it either in discussion and approval or in consent agenda.
Let me go back to item 7.01. So just for the record, per board docs that have been approved, on February 14th, 2024, during a regular board meeting, an item was added for discussion to be item 7.01. The motion was made, it was seconded, and it was voted down by the board to being reimbursed for his legal fees.
It was never added to the discussion and approval, which is where it would need to be for us to be able to approve it. We couldn't approve what 7.01 had. There was no possibility of that. That was just added as a discussion point. I'm happy to, if you want to take a break and we can review what we did, how we discussed it.
Well,
if that's important to you.
I think my take is, since this is near the end of the agenda, can we just move this to have that being a discussion later, since we do have student guests and presentations that we do need to proceed with?
so let me make sure I understand what your conversation is that you're asking for it to be put at the end of the agenda?
I guess wherever it would fall, I think it was the 8.03. I do just want to respect the time of the students in the audience who do have public comments to make. And I feel like this is a discussion that we can just move towards the end once we've given the audience a chance and also our presenters.
Okay, so not knowing where they're going to be commenting yet, it would
Yeah.
make sense if you're asking to add it, would be after the informational section. So it would be the new 11.01 and the move down final communication.
Sorry, maybe just at the end of the discussion and approvals. Or, hold on.
So I'll say it again. Right now, all we are discussing is whether or not we will discuss it. If we
Yes,
add
and
this,
so-
if we vote this through and add it, then we would be able to discuss it at
What
that
I'm
time.
saying, but it sounds like Director Song is making a motion of where to put it into the agenda.
Yeah.
And so then we would vote on that, and then we would vote on the amendment to have this as part of the consent agenda. Because you'd already made the motion, Tim. And so then that was the amendment to add this in. Right.
To the consent agenda, right?
No, it should be under discussion and approval. I don't think this should be in consent personally, but if you want to put it in consent, I guess we
Oh,
could
for
vote
8.02.
vote on it that way. I don't think that would be appropriate, but
So Director
Yeah.
Song, are you
Yeah.
making a
Yeah.
motion to? as where
Sorry,
to-
no, I looked at the wrong section. Yeah, I guess just moving forward with Director Cook's amendment to add it to 8.02. That way we can at least get along with the rest of the agenda that we have in front of us.
Okay. Again, still not knowing if the presenters are going to be before that or after that.
Yeah. Yeah, I also don't want to occupy all of this time right now.
I hope we also keep that same mindset as we move on to discussing this. Okay, so are we good? The motion on the floor is to add item 8.02. And can you give me the exact wording that you would like for this?
sure, just a moment. All right. So the agenda item would be 8.02, and agenda item for the payment of Director Cook's legal fees and attorney's fees. I've also sent an email with a proposed agenda item that can be added. If it needs to be adjusted in some way, we can discuss that during that time.
There's a motion on the floor, and I believe it's been seconded, for adding item 8.02 for the payment of Director Cook's legal and attorney's fees.
Can we get a roll call vote?
Roll call, yep.
Thank you.
Just saying first, is there no further discussion?
No.
Okay. Director Gregory,
I approve.
yay. Director Song,
Yes.
Director Clark,
No,
Director Cook,
Aye.
and myself, I'm an aye. Now, we have a motion on the floor for the consent agenda, for the agenda being approved as stated with the addition of 8.02 as the motion just carried. There is a second on the floor. Is there any discussion? Seeing that there's no discussion, a motion has been made and seconded for the agenda to be accepted with the addition of item 8.02. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. Our first section is our student voice section.
Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Dr. Behringer, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Behringer, and Ms. Curry. There are four student comments submitted for this evening, and for the later section, but since I have it now, one comment for the preliminary non-student. And to add for the record, no video comments were submitted on any topic, and no written comments were submitted on any topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our first student speaker is Maxwell Lalimi.
Good evening. My name is Cadet Major Maxwell Aleem, and I'm the Cadet Commanding Officer of the Kent Marine Corps Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps program. These comments are my own, and I am not representing the Marine Corps, the JROTC, or my instructor. I'm here this evening to bring attention to the program that has been life-changing for me and for many other KSD students. That program is Kent Marine Corps JROTC. In short, this is the best thing I feel is going on in the Kent School District. This program teaches academics like history, civics, and personal finance. It also instills leadership traits and discipline to develop quality citizens ready for the post-high school world. These 15 leadership traits are justice, judgment, dependability, integrity, decisiveness, tact, initiative, endurance, bearing, unselfishness, courage, knowledge, loyalty, enthusiasm, and empathy. The amount of personal growth I have experienced during my time in the Marine Corps JROTC program has exceeded anything I could have hoped for when I entered my freshman year. One of the main reasons for this is because not only are the cadets being taught, but we are also expected to live out these leadership traits on a daily basis. There is accountability when expectations are not met, and promotions when improvement happens, and new skills are learned. This is the best preparation for our adult lives in the real world. We are also a family. Every student wants to find their people when they get to high school. The Marine Corps JROTC program is a shining example of this. The older cadets teach and hold accountable the younger cadets. They also look after the younger cadets, and we all have each other's back. We leave no one behind, all under the watchful eye of our instructor. The Kent School District says that its goal is that every student will be prepared with the skills, knowledge, and mindsets they need to achieve success in their life and career. The Marine Corps JROTC program is an ideal program to accomplish this goal. The discipline, responsibility, accountability, and integrity that we learn in the Marine Corps JROTC program will serve all students well in every aspect of their lives, regardless of whether they attend college, trade school, serve in the military, or go directly into the workforce, whatever field they choose. I am a senior and my days at Kentwood are numbered, and I have decided to serve my country by becoming a United States Marine. And I will be heading to boot camp later this year after graduation. Before I graduate, I would like to sit down with Superintendent Vea or any other interested parties on the board to discuss how we can better support this amazing program and ensure that it will thrive for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Xavier Hoser.
Hello, my name is Xavier Huzar, and I am a Kentwood High student, and I will be talking about security. So lately, there's been a lot of lockdowns at Kentwood High due to students bringing weapons and fighting. And I believe that if we had more security guards and more security measures at Kentwood, it would greatly reduce the amount of lockdowns we have per year and make us feel more safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next comment, and I'm so sorry, we have unsharpened pencils, I think. Dan B. Sorry, Dan, I would rather you say it, and so I don't get it wrong.
Hello, my name is Dan Batanovich, and I am a student of Kenwood High School. I'd like to address a very long-going problem, at least in my opinion, about the school bathrooms. It has been, quite frankly, very annoying to walk in and it'd be very crowded, full of students doing very wrong things like vaping and possibly drugs. I don't no clue, but I'd enter the stalls and there'd be just a disgusting mess, and it's just very unsanitary. And honestly, sometimes, and I probably speak for other students too, sometimes we are a bit worried that we will be either harassed or by other students. So I would just like to speak on behalf of myself and other students that this situation will hopefully be fixed soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Amira Harris?
Hello, my name is Amira Harris, and I'm a senior at Kenwood High School. And I wanted to talk about the, I guess, lack of funding for the band program. My freshman year, well, I've been in band. This is my 8th year doing band, and I started playing clarinet. My freshman year, I decided to venture out and play another instrument, which was the tenor saxophone. And there was only one that the school had, so I had to share it with another student. And somehow that tenor ended up broken, but my teacher assured me that he would try to get it fixed as soon as possible. And I've never played the tenor since because it didn't get fixed until this year, my senior year, and I now play trombone. But I remember how upset I felt that I was seeing sports like football and basketball be able to travel and have charter buses and get to do these other things, and there's dozens of broken instruments sitting in our storage room because we can't afford to fix anything. Recently, in pep band, we've had the opportunity to travel with our basketball team, and for our last game of the season, we didn't know until the day of if we would get to play at that game because we couldn't afford a bus to take to the school. So even though that this is my last year at Kentwood, I'd like to see our band program be able to afford more and provide more for students in the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next section is our recognition, and we have a proclamation being read by Vice President Cook on Autism Awareness Month.
Just a second. All right. Whereas autism spectrum disorder is a neurological and developmental disorder that affects communication and behavior, and whereas the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention reports that approximately 1 in 36 children has been identified with autism spectrum disorder, and whereas symptoms of autism can result in significant lifelong impairment of an individual's ability to learn, develop healthy interactive behaviors, and understand verbal and nonverbal communication. And whereas applied behavior analysis has become widely accepted among healthcare professionals and used as a treatment to improve a variety of skills, and whereas all individuals with autism should be included as valuable members of our community, provided with opportunities and supports to live, learn, work, and play as independently as possible. Now, therefore it be resolved, the Kent School District Board of Directors proclaims April 2025 as Autism Awareness Month and encourages all citizens to take time to learn about autism and how individuals with autism can make a difference in the community in which they live. Signed this 26th day of March 2025.
Thank you very much. Our next proclamation is read by Director Clark and is our National Occupational Therapy Month.
And if I can intervene in terms of discussion of this topic, occupational therapy is absolutely critical in recovery for injuries and surgeries. And it requires knowledgeable people that understand how you're built and how you move and how you need to repair those particular systems. And it's a special type of person because you have to take information from them and use it, and it's going to be painful in many circumstances. But the bottom line is that's how you get better, and you need to listen to them. Whereas the American Occupation Therapy Association has declared the month of April to be known as National Occupation Therapy Month, and whereas the profession of occupational therapy makes valuable contributions in helping people live life to its fullest after an illness or injury, and whereas the services of occupational therapy are available to citizens of Kent through hospitals, home health agencies, schools, clinics, and nursing homes, and whereas the health and productivity of our citizens depend upon the effective use of healthcare resources, including the important services of occupational therapists and occupational therapy assistants. Now therefore be it resolved that the Kent District Board of Directors does hereby proclaim the month of April 2025 as Occupational Therapy Month and calls upon all citizens to recognize the achievements and contributions of these valued health professionals.
Thank you very much, Director Clark. We now move on to our next section on our presentations. And just to call out a little bit here, to make sure that we optimize the time of our community and our staff, we make sure that all of the presentations are made available early. And instead of having to have separate days, we're trying to be able to put these together so we can be together, put these presentations together with our regular board meetings so they can all happen on the same day. Again, just to be able to best utilize efficient use of resources. So we have 3 presentations tonight. And what we've asked of them is that they are consolidated presentations as everybody had the opportunity to look through all of the information beforehand and have any questions that they had available to them. So just to put that out there. So.
Can I make a comment on that?
Of course.
My concern with that is that, yes, we have the chance to go and discuss these things in private. We can ask questions at any time in private. And that's great, but our community doesn't know anything about any of that. And so when we ask questions here, often when I bring questions here, I will have often asked the question beforehand, but I ask it here because I think it's important that our community is able to hear and see what is going on with the people that they have elected to run their school district. And so I'm not saying that your points aren't valid. I think they are. And I do understand the difficulty in addressing our staff's time. It does take a lot of time to do this work, but I also think our community deserves to hear those questions, especially if you've already asked those questions. I think it's important that we at least have that known as to what it was you discussed and what the answer was. That way they can also know those things.
Didn't disagree, and my comments were nothing about the shortening the amount of time that we had for questions. My comments were about shortening the presentations, and so instead of having a presentation for an hour where we're read everything in the presentation, we have, and the community has the presentation to be able to look ahead of time, so you come prepared with your questions, and so it doesn't change the amount of questions you can have, just the presentation is a little more streamlined.
Well, I appreciate that.
Okay. Okay, so first presentation, 4.01 capital projects, and I call upon Deputy Superintendent Dr. Behringer.
Thank you, President Margell. I'm pleased to introduce this evening Assistant Director of Capital Projects, Mr. Brett Scribner, to share the capital projects update.
Just 1 second. Good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Wade Behringer, Ms. Curry. I am Brett Scribner, Assistant Director of Capital Projects, and I appreciate this opportunity to present the Capital Projects update. Now, people often confuse capital and facilities. Although we are both under the umbrella of operations, the distinction is within the type of work we do. Facilities cleans, cares for, maintains, and repairs buildings, grounds, and systems throughout, where capital improves, rebuilds, remodels, and replaces them. The mission of capital projects and the expectation of our team is simple. Within our work, we deliver exceptional services that create safe, inclusive, and conducive learning environments for all students, staff, and community members, with a primary focus on fiduciary responsibility. We are dedicated to achieving outstanding project results through collaboration, innovation, and integrity, while fostering positive and professional relationships with contractors, architects, engineers, and consultants. This is the Capital Projects team org chart. As Assistant Director, I work with and oversee the Capital Projects Account Manager, Carla Wilkerson, a Project Planner, Michael Corelli, and 2 Project Specialists, Kim Wilbur and Linnell Mooney. You can see we have a few unfilled positions, as our team has the ability to increase or decrease workforce depending on current measures and needs. Operationally, our team goes through seasons for most projects. We typically start planning and building project documents in the winter, then prepare to bid in the spring, with work being performed through the summer and focusing on closeout procedures in the fall. Any of these durations can change due to longer design phases, lead time on materials, or other contributing factors. During these periods, we also track and manage smaller projects that follow their own timeline and schedule. Michael and I are managing all projects at this moment with support from Kim and Linnell, and financial tracking and oversight by Carla, who I will add has 30-plus years of in-district knowledge and experience. So when she has something to say, we typically listen. Challenges and issues come with opportunities to improve both physical aspects of work as well as processes from lessons learned. Some of those challenges include completing projects while maintaining original scopes and budget, keeping projects within budget while navigating unforeseen conditions, scheduling work around students, staff, and community use, keeping recently completed projects from being vandalized either intentionally or unintentionally, and also making sure product materials align with district standards and specifications. The capital projects team is always looking for ways to improve and are open to ideas that allow us to navigate challenges with intention to minimize impact, whether this be with materials, communication, process, or other internal or external factors. Develop project requirements and balance expectations. This can be achieved by going through the scope and explaining the boundaries of the project to those involved. When unforeseen conditions and budget constraints require the use of additional funding, the information is shared with the board for approval. And any work that can be performed throughout the school year is scheduled and completed during that time to allow our team to focus on the summer when most of our projects are in progress. With the help of Kent School District standards and practices and guidance and support from facilities, the recently completed projects are monitored throughout the warranty period and beyond. The 2016 bond update shows that there were 102 projects passed by voters. With 3 tennis courts separated out from field projects for tracking purposes and an added property purchase, we show 106 total projects, 90 of which have been completed to date, with 14 currently in progress and 2 not started. We anticipate to have all projects completed by the end of the 25-26 fiscal year. These tables will also show project status in percentages. For the 2018 levy update, we had an original 307 projects, with 6 added through district recommendation and board approval, bringing us to 313 total projects tracked. 226 are complete to date, with 40 currently in progress and 47 not started. We anticipate to have projects completed by the end of the 26-27 fiscal year. Voters approved the capital and technology levy of $97 million in November 2024, of which $73 million will be provided to capital projects supporting emergent needs critical to building operations and health and safety. This is not a large list, but the projects are imperative to the district needs. We are currently working with consultants and engineers to get a few of those projects in design, and we anticipate completing all projects by the end of the 28-29 fiscal year.
Just to make sure I heard that, did you say 97 million or 67 million?
There was, the capital and technology levy was approved at 97 million. 73 million is allotted to capital projects. Types of projects for 2025. At multiple sites, we have energy management control upgrades, domestic water backflow installation and/or replacements, and field under drainage replacement. For a few locations, there are bus loop and parking lot projects, floor covering replacements, and ventilation upgrades. Some site-specific projects include the Scenic Hill Multimedia Center, Meadow Ridge Fire Alarm, and the refinishing of Meeker Middle gym floors. Capital measure funding and project overlap. This slide shows a high-level overview of where a measure is approved, funding is received, project design starts, construction begins and is completed, along with final closeout documentation. You can see here how the 2016 bond and 2018 levy overlap with the recently completed 2024 levy. We also show the anticipated future bond potentially for 2028. I will take this opportunity to thank the community for their support in the past and their continued support in the future. So thank you. And that concludes the capital projects update. We will now open for questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Scribner. Any questions?
So I just want to clarify, because I get this question a lot, and I want to make sure I'm saying it correctly. We have a bond and we have a levy, and when we have a bond, that is tied to a particular school, is that correct? Or what is in the bond, correct?
Yes.
And it should be spent at that location. I'm going to say location, that way it's not school-specific, but a location, is that correct?
To clarify, the bond was a promises made, promises kept. We are maintaining those projects within that measure.
Okay.
And the levy, I wouldn't say there's more flexibility, but if there's a more emergent need, then we can have a project added with board approval, of course,
Right.
and allocate funding to those particular projects.
And so we don't move money between a bond and a levy. We never do that. We use the money where it's supposed to, where it was allocated to be spent.
That is correct.
Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Song? Director Clark? Director Cook? Good. Thank you, Mr. Scribner.
All right, thank you.
Our next presentation is our capital facilities plan. Again, I call on Deputy Superintendent Dr. Barringer.
Thank you, President Margell. I'd like to bring to the podium our Executive Director of Operations, Mr. Dave Buzzard, to give us our capital facility plan update.
Okay, good evening, President Margell, members of the board, Dr. Barringer, Ms. Curry. I'm at this time going to invite the rest of the Capital Facilities team to come stand behind me while we give the presentation. They will be here to answer questions at the end for their technical experience. First, I want to let you know that this is a first for the Kent School District since I've been here. We have never given a capital facilities plan to date. We have only ever given an informational piece that basically shows what impact fee we're either allowed or not allowed to collect from our communities and jurisdictions. The team this year decided that since we have some new board members and maybe some other board members that have not been through this process, it would be a really good time to share the components and the why behind a CFP. The CFP process starts each year around about the same time. It follows the standard timeline. We start around November. We meet monthly, and then we go bi-weekly until we come to a point where we have a working copy, which you've been provided. And that working copy at this point shows you that we've made progress on what we plan to submit. Now, the draft, as you will see, will not go, and I think this year is May 12th. So in May, we will send the draft, which is very close to the working copy. The King County will then do a technical review. We will, it's usually myself, but I've invited everybody on the team to be a part of it. We get on a Zoom call with King County, and we actually present to King County just the high-level portion of what basically I'm doing with the board tonight. Then King County will do their formal technical review. They will share it back with us with any changes or recommendations, and then we will bring this back to the board in July for your official adoption of the capital facilities plan. So why do we do it? That's pretty easy. We do it for a lot of important reasons. It acts as a strategic guide managing and optimizing school district resources as it outlines the necessity steps for maintaining and upgrading facilities to meet educational standards for growth. The Growth Management Act, or the GMA, we have to plan for growth in our district. So if they build apartments, they build housing, we have to make sure that we have the available space for our children to be able to go. The impact fees are a huge part of it. We must have a CFP to collect impact fee. If we do not have an adopted CFP, we cannot collect impact fee. So the GMA, it mandates that the school district plan for adequate public facilities to support new developments. Local ordinances, however, often dictate specific requirements for school facility planning. School impact fees run along the same thing. We either have to prove or show that we do not have enough space and that the impact of a development will hinder us to be able to house those students that could come from those developments, and that's where we are allowed to gain or collect impact fee. The board expectation definitely sets the strategic direction for including expectations and facility planning. You also adopt the CFP, and again, without the adopted CFP, we can't collect impact fee. Without you adopting it, we also cannot make changes to our standard of service during that time. The board's involvement is also crucial for securing community support and funding facility projects. are capital planning committees. Planning committees composed of the community members, parents, staff, and sometimes students provide recommendations on facility needs and priorities. Our current KSD Together group will be integral moving forward for us to have a more transparent, robust, and engaging time with our community for our next bond measures. Funding for capital projects come from bonds and levies, as we all know. Successful campaigns are essential for securing the financial resources needed to implement the CFP. So there are 5 components to the CFP. We have an educational program or a standard of service. We have a capital facilities inventory. There's enrollment projections, capacity analysis, financing plan, and a school impact fee. Again, these all sound like, as you can see, we're building up to where we need to go and what we need to do. Standard of service can be reviewed in your section 3, and it's per King County Code 21A.06.1225, which allows districts to ascertain their capacity by the year. So class size, class number, student and program of special requirements, and other factors that best serve our population is where our standard of service lies. In our working copy, you will find this in section 3. Our inventory can also be found on table 3. This shows available seats in the district for students. This can change year to year depending on the number of specialized services, as it can affect the overall program capacity. For example, and this is, I think this is where capacity and where program capacity, people wonder what that is. If we have 10 classrooms and the capacity, seat capacity is 30, we could have a capacity, a building capacity of 300 students. If we add a specialized program where the capacity of that one classroom is only 15, our program capacity has now changed to 285. So as you can see, when we look at seats in the district, which when we get, I think it was in your working copy, we have 39,000 seats. That is not really all the, we have a lot of program space versus the enrollment that we have.
Right.
Building functional capacity does not change, ever. So the building capacity will never change, but adding specialized services will change our program capacity. Student enrollment trends, this can be seen on tables 5A, B, and C. Again, after a significant decline in COVID, we know that we went down in enrollment. Across the country, this happened. Both public and private school enrollments are projected to be lower in 2030 compared to 2019. This decline is influenced by factors such as low birth rates, changing demographics, enrollment trends, vary by region, some areas even experiencing growth while others see declines. I can tell you right now that Puyallup School District they don't have enough space. We have lots of space. So again, it's by region by region. Our capacity analysis, when we think of capacity, we think, again, we cannot change unless we add square footage to the entire building, or if we replace the building and we add additional square footage. We noticed this when we built Covington, replacement of Covington Elementary School. It was down off of Southeast Waxahachie Road. We added major capacity to the building when we built the new one, and that was even more from when we built Panther Lake. Capacity can be added on a temporary basis using portables, although that's a very bad word in our district. And during the last facilities update, our Director of Facilities, Mr. Cook, reported that we only had 17 being used for Gen Ed, but that is not for band and orchestra, which is 42. Finance plan. Again, as you will see in this slide, Covington replacement was about $37 million. It was out of the 2016 bond. It was done in 2018. In 2021, River Ridge was done at $53 million, and Kent Laboratory Academy was at $36 million. Going all the way out, you will see on this that in 2030, you're kind of wondering why there is a replacement of an elementary school or the replacement of a middle school. We don't know if that's going to happen, but in this plan, what we're asking for, if we go out in 2028 for a bond, it will take 2 to 3 years before we can even get a school. And at this point, we're hoping that the KSD Together community and our community will allow us to start replacing schools, because that will be one of the recommendations from our capital facilities and our capital team. The legal basis for school districts to collect impact fee is clearly defined in that RCW. If you want some reading material, I would do it. It depicts it very well. There's no gray area. You either have the data to be able to collect it or you don't. So the eligibility, we have not been able to collect impact fees since 2023. So it's been several years since we've been able to do this, even though we have new housing developments around. As we look at our capacity and our enrollment projections and trends, unless our district expands in boundary, we have major birth rates increase, or substantial development, even more than Lake Point, which will only have 1,700 homes, and I say, wow, only 1,700 homes, which is a net add of somewhere between 450 to 600 kids per district, that's K through 12. We will need to continue to defer our collection of impact fee. So what are our considerations as we go forward? We need to ensure success focusing on aligning with local jurisdictions, refining a development pipeline, and maintaining a robust schedule for amendments and fee updates. Even though we may not be able to have that, we need to continue to press on to let them know that we are here, because aging facilities that need to be replaced could also be part of those fees. Additionally, safeguard the integrity of plans and fees against challenges. And most importantly, community engagement and the KSD Together group working in unison on the needs of our students will be a major factor to pass capital measures, which the average age of our schools as of this year is 40.6 years old. The oldest being 86, and that's ME or Meridian Elementary. That's not me. I look really good for 86. And the newest one being 4 years old, which is River Ridge and the Kent Lab Academy. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your attention. Again, I have 3 fantastic experts behind me that have prepared most of this work, and they are here to answer any questions about facilities, about capital, and finance.
Question. So we go to King County, and King County does a review, and they give us feedback, right? Do we work with the city planners from Kent and Covington, and do we talk to them about growth, and is that factored into this plan?
It is, and what we usually do is when we have, in King County, we get an Excel spreadsheet every month that details all of the permits that have pulled. And when you look at a permit, it can say, oh, here's a permit, it's for this address. Then you have to look at it.
Right.
It's a bathroom remodel. Well, that's not gonna help us. Or is it a addition to, is it a deck on the back of someone's house?
Right.
Is it a new house? Bingo. That's where we start to look into it. So we have to really dig down into that sheet. But yes, we do work with, the City of Kent has come up. As a matter of fact, Gordon and I have been on several of the long-range planning for the City of Kent. Not so much with the Covington. We see a little bit of work out into Covington, but not as much as Kent.
Yeah. We were just at the Covington joint meeting last week, and we had talked about Lake Point. You brought up Lake Point and the new homes that are coming in there.
Correct.
So that's why I was just wondering, do we talk to our community and find out what their plans are?
Yes, as a matter of fact, when it comes to Lake Point, I've been talking to, I think this is the 3rd developer.
Yes, it is. Yes.
So the first developer and I had a very robust conversation the first time I met them. I asked them for 12 acres so we could build a new school there, and the look that I got from them was pretty tragic. So, again, when you go to other districts, when you go to other places, when they build these huge, I think of Tehela, right
Yes.
down in where, in my neck of the woods. When Tehela was developed, they gave them 15 acres, and now they're looking for more. Because they're going to need another elementary school, which is fantastic, and I think developers need to work with them and work with us.
I had a question about the numbers and figures. I know that they have to be pretty conservative when we're forecasting and so many variables. But just from your guys' experience so far putting these together, how, I guess, in terms of like the standard deviation from the means that you guys are looking at when forecasting, have they been pretty high or low when you guys are factoring in things like the student generative factors and the funding that's associated with it?
I am so glad Raul's here.
So the student generation factor actually has been declining, and so we have been a little bit more optimistic in the past, but we have a consultant who actually does a more thorough study on it, and what we found in this particular cycle is that particularly for multifamily housing, it has dropped from 22 students for every 100 units to 14 students for every 100 units. Now, in times like this where real estate is getting very expensive, we were anticipating the opposite, because there should be more families who are buying multifamily than the single family. But that is not the trend that we are seeing. As a matter of fact, I think on the single family home, it dropped, but it didn't drop as much. And so that is a trend that we're seeing. So we feel like we were more optimistic in the past, but now we need to recalibrate them on a yearly basis just because of this big drop that we've seen this current year. So.
Okay, and then the second question I had was just reading through this. I guess I'm just curious because it's broken up from single family, multifamily, and then you guys have some separation within the classifications of the type of housing and structures. Where do things like condominiums and standalone condos fall within these figures?
I don't have a copy of this. Oh.
It's great. Oh, you need the presentation itself.
Oh, this is the presentation?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I know that there is a category for condominium, and there's also one for, Yep, we don't have a copy of the study.
Oh, we don't, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think we have a copy.
Yeah, well, we don't have it right here, but we have a full study that was done by a consultant, and there is a separate category for condominium, townhomes, and things like that. And so we'd be happy to provide that information in the future.
Oh, no, that's okay. I just thought if you guys had those figures in front of you, just because what I've learned so far from a lot of the, I guess, early and mid-2000s housing developments just within the Kent area, a lot of the housing developers zoned them, or single-family homes as condos. And I'm wondering if some of those figures are being captured differently when you guys are trying to forecast, or just trying to figure out where that categorically falls.
Yes, they are studied separately, and they are considered townhomes and condominiums are lumped together into multifamily.
Thank you.
If I can, just in the Lake Point development, obviously, the good news is we built Covington Elementary, enlarging real capacity there. We are left with Jenkins Creek, right up against it, and I'm assuming some of these people, if they're just elementary, are going to also end up at Carriagewood. Would that be?
Crestwood.
Crestwood, I'm sorry.
That is correct.
Yeah, and so the part that's troubling me about that is the urbanization taking place in that immediate area, and then still the proximity to Highway 18, and the difficulty of traffic and transportation routes given those parameters? And I know you had to have a team looking at all that, but I'm just curious, was there anything that was additional in transportation needs that you had to inject because of that increased urbanization in that area?
So that was one of our parameters, not so much a part of the capital facilities plan because it really doesn't handle that. Operationally for transportation, that's something that we do other than a CFP. But yes, Justin Dennison we're very well apprised now that all of the teams kind of fall under operations. So I get a little bit of purview and be able to touch all of those teams. But yes, we're waiting really to find out what they're going to do. We'd really like to know what they're going to do. As soon as we know, we're already planning for it. We know that. But yes, Crestwood, Jenkins Creek, maybe even Cedar Valley. Again, if those 1,700 houses come up within the 4-year plan, I know we don't like to talk about boundary. I know we don't, but at some point in time, we have to really keep looking every 3 to 5 years. And Dr. Behringer and I, we've agreed to that. Every 3 to 5 years, we will look at boundary and see how that works. Hopefully, we'll be able to absorb those because those families will come in a little at a time. You know, they're not going to build 1,700 houses in 1 year. So it's going to be over a 3 to 4 year period.
Okay, thank you.
And they also actually built the road, so you will be able to come in through 256 and then also out 200th. Or 204th, I can't remember what that one is. So they do have, there's a second entrance to the site.
Thank you.
I just have a question about the seats. Is there a time period when a building is too old that we can no longer, I mean, I think about in like accounting rules, right? There's a point where you stop being able to depreciate for a building. Is there I've seen that, and I know that ours expands.
Brought this specifically for the board so I can
Yes.
show.
So, okay, so, I mean, when we're talking about, you know, Meridian and some of these schools that are aging, when did we stop counting them as applicable seats?
Never, unless we close the building.
Okay, so,
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, if we have a functioning building, I mean, we need to continue to have the seats in there. There'd have to be a very good reason for us to not be able to have seats in a building that we currently have.
okay. That's my question. Seeing there's no further questions, thank you very much. We appreciate the information and the comments and the work that was put into us.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to take a moment as we go on to our third and final presentation. We know that there's potentially a storm. Our intent of the board meeting is to keep it going unless we lose power. And so we're expecting that hopefully this will not be an issue. Of course, we encourage anybody, if they feel unsafe about the situation, to make that decision for themselves about the safety of where they should be. Staying with that, we move on to section 4.03, our technology operations and support services. And again, I call upon Deputy Superintendent Dr. Behringer.
Thank you, President Margell. I would like to invite Kyle Olson, who is our Director of Technology Operations and Student Support Services, to the podium for the update.
Thank you, members of the board. President Margell, Deputy Superintendent Dr. Wade Behringer, Ms. Curry. I'm going to go ahead and invite a couple of people to join me behind me. They're going to help me with the presentation a little bit later. Thank you for the opportunity to share this presentation with the board. Give me just a second, because I think I'm going to make a little bit of an adjustment here. Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to share the wonderful things that the technology department is doing. We're very pleased to be able to present this to you. I also want to start off by thanking the community for the generous support from the levy, because much of what we do could not be done without that generous support. So always want to start with that. Our mission, the technology mission, is to empower our students and staff and the community with innovative, secure technology that supports equitable learning and prepares our students for future success. We prioritize resource optimization, continuous improvement, and responsible use of public funds. Through exceptional service and forward-thinking strategies, we provide the tools and infrastructure for dynamic, inclusive educational environment. We really believe that technology is the groundwork for modern education, and so we're very proud of what we do and offer to our community. Our department is comprised of basically two different sections. We've got our technology infrastructure and operations group led by Assistant Director Ed McAlpine, and we've got our technology support services group, which is led by our Assistant Director Amy Bourne. And tonight we're going to allow them to kind of give you the presentation, and I would like to introduce Ed McAlpine, who will lay out what we do on the infrastructure side.
Thank you, Director Olson. It's always fun watching technology leaders struggle with technology, isn't it? It's kind of like vindication. Yes, we struggle with it too. All right, well, as Director Olson mentioned, my name's Ed McAlpine. I have the privilege of overseeing the technology operations team. I like calling it the technology infrastructure operations team, because we're responsible for all that back-end, transparent, real geeky technology stuff that no one ever knows about until something goes wrong with it. And of course, one of our primary jobs is to make sure that doesn't happen, weather withstanding, right? All right, let's talk briefly about who we are, what we do, and how we serve. You can think of the technology operations team much like an IT utility provider. We provide the core IT services such as phones, network, log-on authentication, much like a utility company would provide gas, water, and sewer services. We manage that critical IT infrastructure that keeps the district interconnected and running. Okay. The primary functions of the team itself can be broken down into these following categories. Networking, which is, think of that as like the technology roadways that keep all of our devices interconnected and able to not only communicate with one another, but of course, access resources online, like online curriculum, our cumulative system, learning management systems, et cetera. Then you have the data center and cloud services. This one's a little bit obscure because who knows what runs in a data center? We heard these terms, data center and cloud. Well, think of that like a technology power plant. It's where the back-end systems are aggregated that power the underlying technologies that are used throughout the district. And then we have voice services. This might be a little more familiar to us because we certainly have all used phones, but it also includes things like our intercoms, the red phones that are in all the school buildings, and other emergency dialers. Then we have one that is truly obscure to most individuals, and that is identity and access management. You can kind of think of that like almost like the digital security pass, kind of like we all have security badges that get us in and out of secure doors. Well, identity and access management is about user accounts and who can log in and access what resources. And then finally, cybersecurity and compliance. You'll notice that this is intentionally colored a little differently because it's a shared responsibility that transcends just technology. But certainly we have a key role in that, in ensuring all of our systems are as secure as possible and that we align with our compliance and governance obligations. Now, let's contextualize what this looks like through the lens of maybe some recent projects. Those of you that might remember, we have recently asked the board to approve data cabling capacity improvement projects. And for that project, which is currently focused on secondary schools and non-instructional facilities, we've also come to the board recently with some change orders. That's a good example of, with the help from contractors, what the network team is focused on doing. On the voice front, I don't know how many of you would be aware of this, but the FCC no longer requires legacy telephone companies to maintain old legacy copper-based phone circuits. Man, we have hundreds of those used throughout the district. And they were dropping offline, which means elevator phones stopped working, fire panels stopped working, et cetera, et cetera. So our team has recently gone through each school throughout the district and replaced those with new specialty lines of service that rely upon a combination of district internet connectivity and cellular services. Some other examples include from the identity and access management. Maybe you're aware that the district upgraded a cumulative over the summer. Well, think about how many employees are onboarded and offboarded as a K-12 district. Our team is responsible for integrating into the employee module and cumulative and making sure every user account is created and managed through its life cycle. And as you'll learn later, that team of two certainly isn't doing it that manually, right? So these are fully automated systems that we maintain and integrate. As far as the team makeup, let's talk briefly about some of the functional skills. The team is logically subdivided into two primary technology groups, a network team and a systems team. As we talked about earlier, network is all about the interconnectivity of our district systems, whereas the systems team is the one behind the scene managing the things in the data center, user accounts, group accounts, mail accounts, log on authentication, et cetera, et cetera. Another key pillar in our team, however, is our admin support. A single individual helps us with logistics support, budgeting, and the E-rate program. Partners with me in helping oversee and manage that E-rate program that we'll look at a little closer here. The last thing I want to leave you with on this particular slide, talking about the functional skill sets, the technology teams, you'll notice that there is an engineering function on each of those teams. And then once a thing is engineered, i.e. it's designed to meet the district needs and onboarded into production, it gets turned over to daily operational usage and support. That's done by systems administrators and network specialists. The systems team is a team of two, a systems engineer and a systems administrator. And the network team is comprised of 4 individuals, 2 network engineers and 2 network specialists. I'm going to provide a very brief snapshot of what this looks like in some of the equipment or functions. I'm just going to pause. I'm not going to read through these to let you take a quick look at that bulleted list. A lot of infrastructure that we're supporting. On the system side, you get a better appreciation of the amount of accounts and groups and mailboxes and email distribution lists and so on and so forth that we're supporting on a daily basis. And please keep in mind, this is a snapshot. I'd stand up here all day if I were to cover the full scope of our responsibility. And no one wants that, right?
I do.
I
Well, I've
do.
got one fan, thank you.
No, me too. I like technology too.
The next thing, I've got two fans, all right, I'm liking this. I'll keep going.
You've doubled already.
The next thing I want to mention briefly is that our team oversees the federal E-rate program. For those of you that are not aware of what that program is, it's designed to provide federal funds that are used to provide broadband internet access to our classrooms, to our students, because it's more than just classrooms, okay? So that means both the data circuits, which is known as kind of a Category 1 type service, but also the network hardware and supporting services, which are known as Category 2 services. You can see that since 2015, we've been leveraging this program to save a total of just shy of $6 million. By the time this funding year is over, we're currently in the 2024 funding year. It transcends calendar years. That number will be over $6 million. It's helping in part to fund some, as an example, the data cabling improvement project. Needless to say, we make as much use of this project as possible to stretch that MSOC budget, right? Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult and extremely expensive to be able to maintain all the technology infrastructure that's in use throughout the district for our students and for operations. Okay. The nice thing about this slide, it does not show the additional almost $9 million that the district received through the Emergency Connectivity Fund through the CARES Act during COVID. Those funds were used to help acquire laptops for remote learning for our students and even install mobile broadband on school buses. Much like the capital team talked earlier in facilities about the levy, we too want to thank the voters. And you can see here a quick snapshot of some of the levy projects that we'll be focusing on over the next 12 to 18 months. And you'll notice right at the top of that list is a continuation of the data cabling improvements project, but this will be focused on the elementary schools. Part of the benefit of that project includes not only future-proofing the district and giving us much-needed additional bandwidth and reliability and security, but it also lays the groundwork to allow us, through having the cabling in place, to replace all of the very old and very expensive to maintain clock and intercom systems in every school building, except, of course, the most recently built school buildings. So I want to thank you for your time. Appreciate you hearing about the technology operations team and how we serve the district. Now I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Amy Bourne.
Hi, I'm Amy Bourne, the Assistant Director of Technology Support Services. And it's an honor to be here today to share the incredible work the Technology Support Services team does to serve our staff and our students to ensure our students' success. And let me start by stating who we are and how we serve. The Technology Support Services team plays a pivotal role in ensuring that the technology is reliable and powerful for our, sorry about that, for our, in supporting the technology infrastructure that powers our schools. What does this mean? Ultimately, the TSS team is here to serve. We are here to ensure that technology is reliable and empowered tool for everyone in our district, from the classroom to the boardroom. It's this dedication to service, innovation, and collaboration that defines who we are. So the TSS team Our work can be divided into three main areas of responsibility. We have customer and technology support. Through our customer support center, we provide first line of support for any technical issues and questions regarding software. And our technicians handle everything from repairing devices to providing software support and deploying new technology. Then we have device management. Through our software review, we oversee the procurement, deployment, and maintenance of a wide range of devices, including computers, tablets, interactive displays, and peripherals. Using enterprise-level systems, we ensure that all devices are secure, up-to-date, and accessible to those who need them. So we also have application development and administration. Through our software review, we review applications to ensure they meet district and state security requirements, protecting the safety and identities of our students. In addition to supporting critical third-party software, we also develop and maintain custom applications tailored to our district's unique needs. In addition to these core responsibilities, we also provide audio-visual support for large district events, and we manage our technology asset inventory to ensure accurate data and accountability. So this right here is the heart of the TSS team. Each member brings a wealth of expertise and passion to their roles. While you may think, wow, that's an unusually large team, it's important to consider the scale of what we support. Our team is responsible for maintaining over 36,000 computers, 760 printers, 1,300 iPads, and about 1,800 Promethean boards and an equal number of TopCat audio systems, about 300 cell phones, and a variety of applications. This is just the tip of the iceberg of what we support. It's their hard work, their collaboration, and commitment to excellence that make everything we do possible. I'm incredibly proud to work alongside such a talented and dedicated group.
Is someone holding a picture of your face? Is that what I saw?
Yes.
I just
Yes,
want
there's a
to
few
make
of
sure that
us.
I wasn't
So
like.
That's what I was giggling
Yeah.
about.
I love that.
right?
Fantastic.
So our team's dedication is reflected in our performance metrics. We have 3 help desk techs, and they handle an average of 1,400 calls per month with an average queue time of a little under 2 minutes, an average talk time of a little less than 3.5 minutes. The highest call volume happens during the first 30 days of school with close to 3,000 calls. On the ticketing side, we have about 16,000 tickets year-to-date with an average response time of 1.3 days, an average resolution time of 3.7 days. We prioritize our responses based on the urgency of each issue, ensuring that critical problems such as system outages or hardware failures are addressed immediately, while lower priority issues like general inquiries are resolved in a timely manner. This approach allows us to minimize disruptions, ensure that all staff and students receive the support they need. And on average, the team handles an impressive 28,000 tickets per year. The first 30 days of school are particularly demanding, with 16% of the annual total. Additionally, customer feedback reflects the exceptional quality of our work. Out of the 429 surveys completed year-to-date, 97.9 were rated 4 stars or higher. For any tickets lower than 4 stars, leadership within our team, we proactively reach out to staff to address concerns and improve service. To ensure we capture a more comprehensive representation of customer satisfaction, we're currently developing strategies to increase survey participation across our communities. And the top issues this year, the most common issues, I'm not going to read all of this, but one of the things in particular to clarify our information requests, usually pertain to requests about other departments. And our team provides the initial assistance, and we do what we can to help our staff and students. If necessary, they're routed to the appropriate departments. And our current focus areas, we have that support the levy. We have we're in the process of purchasing one-to-one devices for teachers and office staff, which also includes paras. We are going to have an iPad refresh for assistive technology students. And in Mill Creek, we're refreshing Promethean boards to enhance classroom engagement. And we're also updating document cameras at the high schools to support instructional needs. Summer preparations are underway right now. That's a big task in itself. And we're migrating the Xerox copiers to a new server to improve functionality. And finally, on the cybersecurity front, we're addressing the last 15 Windows 7 machines and upgrading them to Windows 11. So that's the last of it. Finally, we've developed a custom sign-in, sign-out kiosk system, which is a custom application. This saved the district $40,000 in licensing costs. This is an example of how we're leveraging innovation to deliver both value and efficiency. Oops. And our upcoming projects are focused on innovation, efficiency, and collaboration. We're excited to implement an AI-powered help desk solution, including a searchable knowledge base and expanded self-service options. This is just making it easier for users to find answers and resolve issues on their own. A new ticketing kiosk is being implemented, and this will allow students to enter their own tickets, while the widely adopted computer help application, which is already on every district computer, and you can see that on your desktop there. This was a custom application built by one of my engineers. This will include a ticketing option for staff to submit their own requests. We're also refining our custom applications. One of the applications in particular is the positive behavior application, developed in collaboration with Teaching and Learning, which rewards students for good behavior, and it supports a positive school culture. And on the cybersecurity front, app control, which prevents the launch of unapproved applications, has already been deployed to students and staff at the administration campus. And it will soon be rolled out to all school staff. It's just further strengthening our cybersecurity measures. Well, thank you for your time. I hope this provided a clear picture of the work we do in technology support services. To close, I'm pleased to hand the floor back to Kyle Olson, who will lead any question and answers.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to the team for this presentation. You may not believe it, but this was the shortened version of the presentation. And I just want to say, as you've seen, our department is committed to building coherent systems that ensure equitable access to technology, fostering innovation and maintaining operational excellence. Our efforts directly support the district's strategic goals, particularly in preparing students to be global citizens and building equitable systems for all. And we're happy to answer any questions that you guys might have.
I don't have a question, but I have a suggestion for
Yes.
the survey results. Do a raffle. If they complete it, you put them in once a month, you do a raffle. Trust me, your survey results will go way up.
Love it.
You'll have like
We'll do it.
80%.
We'll offer lunch with Director Gregory here.
I was gonna say, they get one of
There you
the
go.
Windows 7 computers.
Yes, we'll give out Windows 7 computers.
Last
And if
11.
anybody, if you need to know how to upgrade those, I can help you with that. I'm just gonna say that.
I'll say a little plug to our facilities team, right? A lot of the times, the systems that we use for our HVAC and whatever, it takes them a while before they support the newer versions of the software.
Yes.
So it's
Oh,
it's
I'm
kind
aware.
of a thing, yeah.
Director Song?
No, thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Director Clark?
Yeah, Amy, looking at some of the machinery that you're backing up, and I'm, in my visits to classrooms, the intensity of instruction that becomes possible, whether it's, I was watching dual language at Scenic Hill, and the importance of that sharp imagery to go along with word decoding and so forth was just invaluable. And getting the Top Cat audio machinery to work is so important given the makeup of our student body in the elementary, where so many of them are obviously learning a second language just because of what they face at home. And the importance of clarity and pronunciation, both from staff and from students, is absolutely critical. And you make our schools work, and I just want to say thank you.
So I had a couple of questions. The first one is for Amy. How are our sports staff tasked during the summer months? I know you had mentioned like that they are preparing for that. What does that entail?
Well, we actually hire interns to assist during that time, and a lot of the interns are high school interns. So we try to hire from within the district itself. And we actually have teams that go out, and they're assigned different schools. This year, we're re-imaging every device, and we're also preparing for summer school, because then they're provided a different device. But we go through and we task them, we give them several days, depending on the inventory or the number of computers per school, and they go through, not only do they image them, they have to go through inventory, clean the devices, and it's a big task.
Yeah,
So.
that's great. I'm really happy to see that. That was one of my other questions that you already answered it. I was wondering if we involve our students in that work, because it's something, a lot of kids are interested in tech, and we have a lot of tech availability as far as jobs in the area. So it's great that we're able to help them to see what that might be. I mean, not everyone wants to do it, but if they have an openness to it, maybe. And then the other question I had for Ed, moving from POTS, plain old telephone system, the old wire, are we preparing for the power outages and such? Because I know that was one of the reasons that we've used that in the past, is because it allowed us to have an emergency access point. How are we addressing that?
We make sure that when we go in and do our access layer refresh, layer 2, layer 3 stuff, meaning switches, wireless access points, that what another key component is of that is battery backup unit refresh as well. Mm-hmm. So every wiring closet, regardless if it's a MDF or an IDF, and I'm using those terms because I think a couple
I
of
know
you
what they
have
are.
awareness.
Could you state them so that whoever might be watching knows what they are?
Think of it as big wiring closets in the school building and smaller wiring closets in the school building, in simple terms. Yeah. We make sure every one of those have the appropriate sized UPSs, right, plural where appropriate, and sizing in large part with a UPS is clearly about power load. Mm-hmm. And power load nowadays is about the realization that many of the network devices, including wireless access points and voice over IP phones, i.e. our desk phones, they're pretty well all powered from the network connection.
Right.
So they're sized appropriately.
I see.
The UPS units themselves get configured with appropriate alerting settings should a issue happen with the UPS unit, power goes out, battery tests fail, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. With that portion, before it would have been like a separate unit, obviously. You'd have your phone line coming in from the street from, whichever company, most likely CenturyLink at this point. But it came in, and that was like their lines, just so other people, if people don't know, their lines are powered from the street. So they have power that is riding, that it provides that power to provide the ring to the phone and also be able to pick up a
Right.
call and make a call and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
These devices, obviously, we require power. What happens if we lose internet, like we've done a few times? Do we have something in a backup sense for that?
Let's take a scenario for the moment, like inclement weather that's been forecast for tonight, okay? And thankfully,
Seems
doesn't
okay.
seem so far to have been too bad. Yeah, sorry, shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
If we lost power at, let's say, Meridian Elementary, just down the road here, the backup battery units are going to carry that power load for roughly 20 to 40 minutes, depending upon how much equipment's in there. The specialty lines that we installed in the buildings from Granite Communications also have a built-in battery unit inside of them to ensure that cellular service continues through that specialty device.
I see.
Is it going to last forever? No, it's not. But within the resources we have to work with and the realities that POTS lines just are no longer a viable option, it's the next best solution we could afford.
And we also have like radios and stuff, I would imagine, between the different schools. So if we had to
Absolutely.
like, go all the way back to something like that, we could.
Out of my purview, but yes, we definitely know that those exist, and the security team definitely makes use of those and keeps those current.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that we've prepared for all of that, because I know that can be a concern sometimes. So thank you for all of that information. I appreciate it.
Of course, my pleasure.
I just had a couple questions. One, I know this one is numbers that we may not have right away, but in our E-rate program savings, do we have offhand or an idea of how often we apply for the funds and don't get them?
I don't know if I have a historical answer on that, but in the last 2 years, we've batted pretty good. I think we're almost at 100% as far as getting some type of funds. Now, it's not always you get the funds or you don't. There can be a reduction in how much you get. So the only one that I'm really coming to mind right now, Ed, and you can help me if I'm wrong on that, is our first Skyline Communication Phase 1 cabling job. There was a small percentage, and I'm going to say probably in the realm of 2 or 3%, they reduced it. So we didn't get a full 80%. It was probably more like around the 77%, something like that, right? And so that is somewhat common, but we've been doing pretty well. We've been doing pretty well. Yep.
I would absolutely echo what Director Olson was just saying. It's very, very rare that it's like, no, you don't get any funds. And since I've been with the district 14 years, it's happened one time that I know of, and we filed basically a waiver with the FCC through the program, following proper channels, ended up getting the award. It's usually, we're normally entitled right around 80%. There's a formula for all this, and we'll get into it right now. But what is more likely to happen is, just like Kyle described, we'd ask for this X amount of dollar for Phase 1 data cabling. And the reviewers look at it and go, well, we think it's really, instead of 80%, these line items right here in your application don't fully qualify. So you end up getting 73% instead.
Perfect, thank you.
As far as my understanding, since I worked in that space a little bit, my understanding from what I've seen in the past was the bigger issue is that districts didn't get done in time. And so like, if we're not having that happen, that is a huge boon to us getting the funds, because that's the hard stop. If we don't get it in on the date that the federal government says we have to have it in by, point blank, you're not getting the money.
It's usually a technicality thing, right?
Yeah.
You didn't cross a T or dot an I just right.
Yeah.
And they'll nail you on that. So
Yeah.
the fact that we've done really well on that
Yeah,
is
that's
definitely
very impressive, because I had multiple customers of other school districts across the state and across the country that, like, they would be midway through their plan and they had to stop, and they just had to wait another year before they could continue with what they were trying to do.
And then my other one, I was intrigued in reading through the presentation about the positive behavior application and the custom applications that we have. We have heard from our students now over and over and over again that we have to do something about our bathrooms in our high schools and middle schools. Is there something that in technology, I mean, we need to start looking much broader. I know that we just discussed this today, let's have people in. I'm hoping that if we can figure out how to do positive behavior application, we can figure out, there has to be something that we can do to be able to make it so we can have our kids being able to urinate during the middle of the day in an open bathroom and not have blue raz blown in their face while they do it. So is that something that we could look to partner with your group and see if there's anything that you could help suggest from a technology lens that we could look at?
We can definitely partner with safety services for sure. There's a lot of districts that have been piloting some type of sensor or whatever in the bathrooms.
Yep.
With various levels of success, right? And I don't know if we've started looking at that already. We have a pilot program going on already with that.
And we haven't heard that that's worked great. I don't know yeah, that's correct. Okay, so maybe it's not that, maybe it's you're logging in and out to get into the bathrooms. Maybe it's that you're excused to class at a certain time using, whatever that looks like, right? You badge in and out. That's what we do here. That's what I do at work.
Yeah.
And I know several school districts, even as young as elementary school, are using badges in and out. We have to do something better than what we're doing because we owe it to our students if they take their time to come in here and talk to us and have done this month after month, several years. This is a concern that we have to start addressing, and we need to think of a better way than what we're doing right now.
We are happy to look at any and all options and to partner with that. That would be amazing if we could do something that would help, for sure.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
No, I was just going to add on to what you were saying. Maybe we can add that for like a future work session.
It is scheduled.
It's scheduled
For the
bathroom issue.
for the bathroom.
Bathrooms.
Bathroom is scheduled at our next
I'll
board
be
meeting
sharing
session.
that in my superintendent's report.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Yes.
Look ahead. It's exciting times.
Great idea. Let's do it.
I feel like we should take a vote on it.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now move on to section 5.0, our public comments. I believe that we have one public comment from a non-student, and it's Nanette Navarro.
Thank you, members of the school board, the district, and the community for hearing me today. I am Nanette Navarro, 9th grade English professor at Kentwood High School. I am here after many steps to unequivocally denounce the iReady as a reading measure in the high school and ask you to stop requiring its administration. First of all, we are over-testing to the detriment of learning. Many schools administer the iReady in English classes alone, and ELA teachers and students lose 9 lessons to give the iReady. 9 lost lessons in arguably the most important subject the students take, a tested subject required for graduation and funding. It is not acceptable. The students would be far better served by 9 hours of literacy instruction than they are by 9 hours of unnecessary testing. I say unnecessary because the iReady data is not even accurate. Individual performance on iReady does not predict individual performance on the SBA. KM's English department has looked closely at those trends. After 6th grade, iReady says themselves that it is not a good diagnostic tool. At the high school level, students stop taking the exam with fidelity, meaning we're not getting an accurate picture of their abilities, but instead their engagement. Even within the test scores themselves, we have found inconsistencies. The results will say we found a specific student, and there's multiple examples where the results said that student was at a 5th grade reading level but had a Lexile score of 889, which is a 10th to 11th grade textbook. So which score is accurate? Make it make sense. Further, we have not been told why we are doing iReady. An aggregated annual exam like the SBA is more than enough to inform instruction and monitor growth. We have not used the results of the iReady for anything meaningful. As far as I understand it, iReady tests are used for zero placement or curricular decisions at the high school level, cannot be used as a graduation pathway, and is not used to track growth for IEP or MLE students. I do not see professional development being based on what we do in the iReady, nor has the staff done anything with the iReady data in 2 years. Some English teachers have been told we can personalize instruction by assigning lessons based on iReady scores. However, iReady doesn't tell us the targets or questions the students are struggling with, only that they are struggling, and frankly, we don't need a standardized test to tell us which students are struggling. Further, the worksheets or lessons through iReady supposedly match the students' needs are not based on target strands or even right or wrong questions, but by their score alone. So students could be getting lessons that they don't need just because they scored 500. Not to mention, worksheets through a computer is definitely not best practice instruction. The instructional cost is 9 to 12 hours of literacy instruction. The instructional benefit in designing curriculum placement or understanding students' targeted literacy needs is zero at the high school level. Couldn't the time and money spent on iReady be better spent on classroom instruction, infrastructure, student supports, staffing, department budgets, bathroom solutions? In conclusion, I will no longer tolerate 9 to 12 hours of my class time being used for an unnecessary and inaccurate test with no clear useful purpose that is not being utilized in a meaningful way and costs us a small fortune in time, money, and instructional loss. With deepest respect for our students and our purpose, I ask you, I beg you, to discontinue this arbitrary testing practice at the high school level. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro. Our next section is our superintendent report, which we get special guest Deputy Superintendent Dr. Behringer.
Great, thank you, President Margell. Busy last few weeks. I'll just run through, again, a non-exhaustive list of things that I've had the opportunity to be a part of in this district that have been meaningful to me and hopefully meaningful to those that are involved. We continue our parent forum meetings. We had our parent forum meeting this week, this month. This is our 7th parent forum this year, and we started our parent forums last year, so those are going great. Met with the Principals Association Exec Board, and we talked about the 20-minute lunch restriction that OSPI was having conversations about a couple of months ago. Thankfully, they've chosen to table that until, at the very earliest, 26, 27, potentially 27, 28. I was able to attend both the Federal Way Communities and Schools of South King County breakfast, as well as the Kent Communities and Schools breakfast as well, where I was able to MC that. We had just shy of 90 KSD leaders that attended that, and our own Director Gregory as well. So thank you for attending that. We raised over $50,000 for our kids specifically in Kent. I met with KEA leadership. We talked about our ongoing concerns with what's going on with the federal government and the Department of Education and the impact on that, as well as sharing our excitement for our new partnership with KEA around an apprenticeship program that will help us and allow us to focus on increasing our inclusive education teachers through accessing our own current staff within the district that are not yet teachers and taking them through an intensive year apprenticeship program for them to become inclusive ed teachers, which is obviously one of our areas that we still struggle with every year as far as filling some of those hard to fill positions. We met with Mayor Covington, Jeff Wagner in our monthly meeting, as well as Dana Ralph in our monthly meeting, Mayor of Kent. We meet with both mayors every single month to talk about things that are going on in the city, as well as things that are going on in the district, so we can share those pieces with one another. I was able to visit schools. I had a great leadership conversation with Damon Harris over at Canyon Ridge and then was able to walk through several classrooms with him, just talking about his first year as principal in that building, and the changes and the adjustments and the excitement that he has for serving the students and the staff in that building. Then I was able to go over to Trish Stollard at River Ridge Elementary School. She and I walked with James Allison, our Assistant Director of Inclusive Education, through several inclusive ed classrooms, as well as just talking about our shared philosophy and feelings for inclusive ed programming for our students and meeting the needs of our students. Then I was able to go to Daniel Elementary with Charlene Vermillion, principal there, walk through several classrooms focusing on Link and our primary students. And then ended my day last week at Meridian Elementary School with my wife Stephanie, who's the principal there, walking through several classrooms. I did not allow her to talk to me in her office. I said, we're gonna go hang out in classrooms, which was great. Of course, the kids thought it was really funny that I was her husband. Great things going on there as well. Spent some time at River Ridge at the Superintendent Connect meeting on the 11th. Thank you, President Margell and Vice President Cook, for attending that. Again, these opportunities that we've created, where we're creating space for our community to join us, especially in unscripted spaces, is really, really important for our community. And that was our 4th of 5. Our last one is on May 13th at Kent Lake High School. So excited about that. Met with HR leadership team. We've been talking about this for a couple of years, but really excited about the opportunity that the HR leadership team brought to me, and I'm in 100% agreement. And looking at professional development for our non-rep classified leaders, to be able to help support them as they move through their leadership journey, making sure they have the tools and the skills and the support they need to be successful in their roles. I was at the Covington Chamber Luncheon on the 13th. I'm a board member for the Chamber, and it gives me a great opportunity each month to be able to share with all of the business partners in Covington the great things that are going on in KSD, and take questions from them as well to be able to share information around the work of the district. I spent some time last week, me not being a tech-savvy person, but wanting to focus on getting the student advisories up and running that we've been talking about, I think, for a couple of years now. I am proud to say that we do have 32 students for our high school, or 32 students for our middle school, and I think 28 students for our high school advisory groups that have been identified by their principals or their designees at their buildings. And we are working right now on building a Canvas class for them so we can function in that space, build an agenda, and begin discussing things. And we'll have our first meeting when we get back from spring break towards the end of April. It actually takes quite a bit of planning and work to get all of those pieces together and then coordinate schedules with 28 and 32 teenagers. But I'm looking forward to the topics and the conversation that we're going to have as we get a couple meetings in before the end of the school year. Let's see. Great meeting last week with the joint Covington City Council and KSD Board. Very informative on the city's part as well as the questions that we got around ours. Again, one thing I noticed, and we've mentioned it here, and we've also heard from our students this evening as well as previous meetings, the issues and the concerns around the bathrooms and bathroom safety. So that's something that I will be addressing here in a second. Also able to attend the Martin Sortune Unified Champion School. We were recognized, Martin Sortune was recognized as a national banner school, the only school in the entire state of Washington at all grade bands that was recognized as a national banner school. So first school in Washington to receive that award, which is great. They had Coolbird there from the Thunderbirds. They had the Kentwood Conch mascot there as well. Ray Roberts, ex-Seahawk football player, was there. And then we got to recognize Marla Taylor, who is the unified liaison coach for all of the activities that go on at Martin Sortune. They are the flagship of our unified programs in the district. They are the ones that got things started years ago. And they're the ones that are setting the stage for the rest of our schools. We have 17 schools now in the Kent School District that have at least one unified program activity. And last year, when we had the Special Olympics here to recognize the growth of our district in this area, I said that in 3 years, I'd like to see a unified program in every single one of our schools. And I think we're going to get there. We're making some great leaps in a lot of those areas. Attended Mayor Ralph's State of the City last Thursday. I also saw Vice President Cook there as well. So I appreciate you taking the time for being there. Great message about the city and where we're going and all the new activities that are coming up and new developments. So pretty excited about that. KSD Together, as Executive Director Buzzard spoke to, had that meeting on Monday. Again, we're getting to the point now where we're 6 meetings into the KSD Together group that we're going to start to solidify that group. As we end our next meeting in April, we'll be moving into a smaller group, probably around 15 to 18 people, that will continue to work and support our facilities and our capital measures work for the next couple of years as we lead up to the 2027 EP&O levy and the 2028 bond. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to meet with Dave and Nancy Skipton. They're the executive directors of the Kent International Festival, one of the major festivals that is hosted here in Kent to recognize, appreciate, and value the deep diversity of our community that we serve. And so I'll be working with them, as I did the last couple of years, to support getting students, clubs, and activities involved to be able to showcase the great diversity of our student body, as well as some of the amazing skills that our kids have as well. So that's on May 31st is the Kent International Festival this year. More information to come on that. Today I was able to be a judge for the Black Lives Matter Committee of the Kent Educators of Color Network. I was there also with Director Song and Vice President Cook, where we saw some amazing pieces of art. I mean, the talents from our kindergartners all the way through high school was really, really cool. And if you want to see those pieces of art, you'll have an opportunity. They're usually displayed at the Kent International Festival within Showware Center, but a really great opportunity to see what our kids have done. There were a couple hundred pieces of artwork there, some 3D, a lot just pencil to paper, and just the messaging was fabulous. Looking forward to the board retreat next Wednesday. That's April 2nd, 5 to 8 p.m. I'm excited about that. And then last but certainly not least, because we continue to hear our students, and it's not just this year that we've heard our students regarding their concerns around bathroom safety and accessing bathrooms and bathrooms being closed and not accessible to them. And then also hearing from more than one board member over the last year about, hey, we should do something about this. It was also a hot topic at our joint city of Covington City Council and KSD meeting last week. We are going to have a work session on April 23rd, so our next board meeting. So at 5 o'clock on April 23rd, we'll have a work session specifically around secondary bathroom concerns. Now, we'll be doing some legwork prior to that meeting, but I've already reached out to our executive directors of school and leadership success that support our secondary schools, letting them know specifically at the high school level that we'd like our high school principals to be here for that, as well as some safety services representation to be able to talk about things that we have done. And there may be an opportunity to potentially visit some of these schools in action, so we have a good perspective for that conversation prior to that meeting. And right now, we're thinking about the week after spring break, which is the week before the work session. It's something that, and again, I know that not everyone might be able to attend, but we'll put some dates out there after we talk to the principals about when is the most active time, because I think it's important that as board directors, you see exactly what our students have been sharing with us for the last couple of years. And so we want to create that opportunity for you so that can be a robust, good, solutions-based conversation come the 23rd with our high school principals. So we'll make that happen for you as well. Super excited about that, and that concludes my report.
Thank you very much. And I never knew we could talk so much about bathrooms, but I'm excited to be able to see that we're getting that further down the line to fix. Thank you. Our next section is our legislative update. Before we do, I'd like to announce that this is the time to get in any remaining comment cards into the blue Dropbox.
Could we take a short break, just to go use the restroom and such?
It is 8:30, and we have been at this for 2 hours. Yep, why don't we go ahead and take 5 minutes? Yeah, that's a great idea. Great.
Appreciate it.
We're adjourned for 5 minutes, and then we'll pick back up at the 7.0 legislative update. It is 8:36 and we are resuming from a 6-minute, okay, now 7-minute break. Thank you very much. And we are starting back up with our legislative update. And so, Director Clark.
So obviously, the March revenue forecast came through, and no, it wasn't pretty. The result is they do now start plugging in real numbers into their budgets. So there's the governor's plan, the House plan, and the Senate plan, and of course, none of them match up. The catch will be, obviously, will they manage to literally get out at the end of April? And they keep claiming they will, and I appreciate that. And I do have to again credit Senator Wellman, who has managed to at least keep some modest increases in special ed money still coming forward. Other than that, the real fun for us will start next week.
Thank you very much, Director Clark. And I just want to say I appreciate how much work that you put into your legislative updates and that your expertise in this topic definitely comes through. And I think we all leave here understanding a little bit better by the presentations you give. So I appreciate it. Our next section is our discussion and approval. Is there a motion on the floor?
Move approval of 801 gifts and donations.
Second.
There's a motion on the floor for approval of 8.01, gifts, donations, and/or memorials acceptance. We are now open for discussion.
I'd just like to acknowledge some of the great work that some of our supporters of our schools have come forward. Kent Meridian got from the Principals Association $1,720 for wrestling team expense. I believe that probably is in support of the qualifying matches that took place. Kent Ridge High School, the boosters for the band donated $700 for instrument repair and field trips. Cedar Valley, a lady by the name of Gail Forbes, donated a 1966 Ernest Ironroth replica of a Stradivarius violin to inspire students. That was worth $1,575. Meridian Elementary, PTSA, put in equipment for $2,287 for a sound system for their gym. And Kent Lake High School received from Rotary Kent of Club of Kent $1,000 to sponsor students for DECA International Career Development Conference coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, a motion has been made and seconded for approval of item 8.01, gifts, donations, and memorials. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve item number 8.02. Sorry, I don't remember how I worded it.
May I?
Sure.
For the payment of Director Cook's legal and attorney fees.
Thank you. Yes, so I move for that.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded for approval of item 8.02 for the payment of Director Cook's legal and attorney fees. We are now open for discussion.
Okay, so the reason that I think this is important is the last meeting that we had, we voted for other legal fees to be paid for other things. Obviously, that was for a different issue, but I feel these are similar in ways due to the concerns that caused me to feel that I needed to do so. Obviously now, the resolution that was passed has been rescinded back in September, and so that portion of it is already completed. It's just basically tying up loose ends to me. I don't want this to cost our district anymore. I want it to be done. I would have liked if this had been done ages ago, but we weren't there. But I do feel that the costs that I've incurred are valid. I think I made the right choice to sue my own district, which I absolutely did not plan nor did I want to do. But I thought it was necessary, and given the outcome of 1669 being passed and then subsequently 6 months later, removed, to me, I don't understand why it was considered to be good or why it was considered to be bad, as there was no explanation given. So I don't know what the argument is against that, but I'd like to hear it.
Director Clark.
So, you did state it correctly. That is to say that you did bring suit. So you were the plaintiff. Now, the request for fees at the last board meeting was in fact about actions taken outside directed at board directors for what they do. And so the idea of defending board directors for doing what they're supposed to be doing is radically different. But there's the simple, obvious outcome. That is, you took it to court twice and you lost twice. And that's
That's an
fairly
incorrect
clear.
statement, sir.
Okay?
It was 4 times.
It's incorrect 4 times then.
Well, it was a temporary restraining order. It was a restraining order. It was first judgment and then the appeal. All of them lost, and all of them that a prevailing party would receive fees paid. And in none of the action items were you the prevailing party. So that's the remedy for getting attorney's fees paid when you are the litigant.
President Margell, I'm going to jump in here really quickly. There is a motion on the floor. I want to be careful in that this is pending litigation. And although you can entertain a motion, you have the right to do so. Discussion related to whether you should or shouldn't, especially when there's pending litigation and counsel is involved, I'll just caution the board to be careful to not disclose advice, counsel that would be appropriate for executive session. I will not stop the board from discussing the motion generally, but I would caution the board against anything that could be construed as strategic, attorney advice, reasons to settle that potentially could be impacted of the pending litigation. Because it is, although it's not currently, it's currently on appeal, and so it is pending litigation on appeal.
Would this be considered an ex parte conversation?
Director Cook has counsel. I have not advised Director Cook. He can take it up with his own counsel, but I advise the rest of the board members, which, as general counsel for the board, to be very careful in your communications. I do not advise Vice President Cook on this matter, as he is aware.
I do have a question.
It's on.
So my question is, who is, when you have a settlement offer, right? The question is, who resolves that? Is that the superintendent's responsibility? Is it the board's responsibility? I'm asking as a procedural question.
That's a great question, Director Gregory. Generally, the superintendent, as an agent of the district, has the ability to settle. As you're aware, we have settlements that come, we update the board in executive session, and there's conversation. And generally, we don't take those settlements to vote in open session.
Right.
There can be directives with certain thresholds of certain amounts. Certainly, we would want the board to always be aware of what settlements are being reached to have consultation, but it doesn't require an open session vote to do so.
And at this time, is the superintendent's office in negotiations right now? Are we aware of that, or?
There have been offers made. I cannot speak directly because outside counsel's handling those conversations and Superintendent Vela is not here, but I know there have been offers made and conversations between counsel, and I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
Can I ask you I guess a legal question? It's not directly related to this, so I think you can answer. In RCW 42.30.110, which is relates to executive sessions, item F states that that you can have an executive session to receive and evaluate complaints or charges brought against a public officer or employee. However, upon the request of such officer or employee, a public hearing or a meeting open to the public shall be conducted upon such complaint or charge. I would understand that to mean if any sort of information were to be brought to the board in executive session that would look substantially like a complaint or charge, that board director would have the right to bring it to public to be discussed there instead of in executive session. Am I understanding the law correctly there?
It depends on the type of complaint, but and I might need a specific example in order to give you better advice. But generally, There is a possibility that that can be done in open session. It will depend on the type of complaint. It'll depend upon a couple of other factors. And if this is specific to a specific matter, I would prefer not to give legal advice at the dais. I would prefer, if it's specific to an actual matter, to give you advice in private, so attorney-client privilege exists and applies.
Okay.
And so potentially we could have that conversation at a later date.
Well, I think my questions aren't about a specific event. I'm just generally, because, OPMA is something that we're required to have training on.
Correct.
Within the first 90 days of us being in office. And so can you give an example of a complaint that would not apply to that?
So I don't know if I have an answer to your question as to what types of complaints, but generally, a complaint against the board, numerous board members, I don't think one board member would have the ability and the right to waive that privacy for all board members, would be an example. And many times, complaints are general enough that it's hard to identify which board member is being identified. And so I would not say that one board member has the individual right to air grievances in public when it impacts other board members or related to other board members, would be an example.
So if there was only one board member that had their name in it, would that qualify or not?
Again, this appears to be trying to get me to answer on something specific, and Director Cook, I'm not going to do that.
I'm also trying to understand the relevancy to this topic at hand specifically. And so I'm not saying that it's not an important conversation, but just maybe not part of this discussion right now.
Okay. It's important because my next question is where why I feel it's important. Let's say that happened. Let's say that a board director has a complaint brought against them. Their name is in it, all of those things. And in your legal opinion, it meets that sufficiency to be considered a complaint or a charge. If those things were true, and the board director asked to have it brought out in public, and was denied by legal counsel and the board, what recourse would that board director have? What should they do to affect the appropriate handling of that situation?
Vice President Cook, it's a hypothetical that's got a lot of contingencies. I'm not going to give advice on a hypothetical.
The only contingency is that you assume that the claim is correct and that they asked to have it in public and was denied. That's the only.
I'm not going to provide advice on this at this point. I can provide, okay. It's a hypothetical situation. I don't prefer to give advice on a hypothetical. We can talk after the meeting potentially. I don't feel comfortable, and I don't see how this is germane to the motion, so I'm going to defer the question. Thank you.
So I guess I'll just speak on why I think that's problematic. If there is something brought against someone and it's done in private and it's done in a way that makes it so that you're unable to answer the question, there are a multitude of things that you might try to do. You might try having a lawyer that you have come in and provide you legal guidance that you trust. You might call 3 different lawyers across multiple agencies to see what they thought about it, to see if they agreed with what was going on at the time. You might choose to, in the very end, sue your own district. You might choose to do these things because there was a wrong committed. And to me, I don't know how you protect against that. How do we protect against the community, the people that live in this community? How do we tell them that they don't have to worry about running for elected office? It's not going to cost them anything unless there's something done that they can't go and get legal defense for. So something happens and they have to just accept it and move on, I guess. And to me, that creates a difference there, right? You have an agency that has $600 million at its disposal. Granted, not all of it would be spent on legal fees, but they have all of that money, and the community member that has run for office has to be able to defend themselves, or in this case, to go through the courts to provide the resolution that is necessary. And that's my concern. I really am, and I spoke about this during our discussions multiple times, And I said that it was a dangerous precedent to set, that it was dangerous that we were choosing to do something along those lines. Our board didn't agree. They passed it anyway. And then 9 months later, I don't know, it was probably 7 months later, decided again to then not pass, to remove it. And that to me, that's problematic. When there's no answer to why, when every single community comment that is made about the resolution that was passed was against it. Then after that, we have 2 votes of no confidence, one in our superintendent and one in our board president, made by every union but one, our principals union. And they were not asked, I don't know whoever made that determination of why, I can't tell you. But every other union voted to, had a vote of no confidence in our superintendent and our president. And all of these things happen, and we still didn't turn course. There was legal action threatened by a community member multiple times throughout that time, and then we still didn't try to address it. We had multiple chances of being able to settle this outside of court without having to cost all of this money, and it continued. And it continues to this day. And as my lawyer has sent, it's cost already around $50,000 in charges. And after this Friday, those charges increase. And they increase on both sides of this issue. Regardless of who wins, who loses, we are spending gobs of money. And we've spent far more over this on the side against me, and we've decided to remove it from our resolutions. We took the resolution away. And so I don't know how we justify the continued expenditure of our community's money that they entrust us with. I cannot get behind that. And ending this seems the best way for us to get out of all of it. It is a distraction. It has been a distraction for a year. And I just am beyond capacity for understanding why the inequity. You know, if we still had the resolution in play right now, my lawsuit might not have lost. It was done right before a hearing from a judge, and then that argument was used because it was gone. We didn't need to have the lawsuit anymore, even though I was out $40,000 at the time. That wasn't detrimental enough. But the reason that my lawsuit has failed in both Director Clark's and President Margel's terms is because of the fact that I was 1 day late as a layperson submitting a legal document to the district, not to the court. It was on time to the court. And the entirety of their argument was that because I was 1 day late, even though I had told them in person, even though the community member had told people in person, even though there were emails and discussions and all of those things pointed to litigation happening, their argument was that they shouldn't be held to that because that 1 day made it so that they weren't able to prepare. It seems absurd to me. If it had just been allowed to go to court and the judge had actually decided it, that would be a different situation. The only thing the judge decided was that I was 1 day late. That had nothing to do with the merits of the case. It had nothing to do with whether or not Resolution 1669 was appropriate or not, and everything to do with just the fact that it was done in a manner by a layperson. And because I didn't have the smarts, I guess, at the time to hire a lawyer, a good lawyer like I have now, to go in and fight it right away, but I didn't know. I'm not a lawyer, so I didn't know these things. And so to me, that's why this is so hard for me to swallow, that it's okay for us to take our community, who has now come out and said, we want to recall these 2 board directors, right or wrong, they have decided that. People have brought it to us, and we say, well, we're gonna go against the community and we're gonna tell them no, we're gonna pay those charges. And then we have our own board causing action against one of their own, and we say, no, we're not going to provide legal costs to that person. And it puts that person at a disadvantage, even in settlement talks, even in everything else that happens. That has to be part of it, right? I have to take that into consideration every time I choose whether I'm going to go into some other way trying to get this resolved. And that is so problematic for our democracy, honestly. It makes it impossible for someone that does not have the means to join this board. I don't know what we tell them. We say, no, sorry, you need to have a quality amount of money of this amount, otherwise you won't be able to defend yourself if you need to. And that seems problematic and inequitable. And it chills the community as a whole to doing this work. And that is why I think it is important that regardless of anything else that happens, that we make the playing field even, and that we pay for both sides of this, because it's an issue between us. It is not an issue of something that is outside of us coming in or inside going out. It is within and on both sides. And I think it's appropriate that we take that to court and we say, make your arguments. But we haven't done that yet, and I think we should.
Well, I appreciate that you were listening to me in our last meeting, because you're using my own words of why the chilling effect on democracy of why we pay for board directors that are in the middle of a recall to have their legal fees paid for. So I appreciate that. Unfortunately, two very different situations. The legal fees on this one, again, were always able to be paid if the party prevailed and continued again. I encourage, because we're not going to litigate this has already been done through the courts in which you did not prevail. And you can go back and read, because there are many mistruths and lies that were just said in there. And so I encourage people who are very interested to go and read the legal documents of what actually happened and why. Because of that, there's very much a difference between being the litigant in a non-prevailing case against the district that could have had their legal fees paid for had they prevailed, and time again, we're told by the court no. And because the difference of that compared to a defendant in a case that is having to do with a recall by people who did get their legal fees paid for when they were up for recall. We are looking at two very, very different situations, and for that, I am going to be a no vote, and I encourage us to move this to a vote.
I guess my take is also, I feel like from our last vote with the recall decision, and we have it on record, there are multiple accounts of confirmation that these terminologies do not matter. When I asked about the difference between respondent and defendant, I was responded with, well, it doesn't really matter. It's essentially the same thing. I think there's a lot of inconsistencies with the way that both sides and both situations have been navigated. And then again, you weren't a defendant. If we want to point towards the legal documents, it says you're a respondent. And so I would like clarification on when words matter and when words don't.
All right, Director Song, I'll explain it to you this way. Okay. A respondent, a complainant, and respondent are different things. If someone makes a complaint against someone, they're a respondent. It's pretty much synonymous with a defendant. Recently, an OPMA or a PDC complaint was filed against the board. Okay. You are complainants. So there were allegations made against the board related to public comments that were in support of the bond and levy. The board didn't shut it down. There was a complaint made, a PDC complaint, against the board, including yourself. You did not hire personal counsel. You are a respondent. It was made in the PDC. We provided indemnification for you and continue to provide indemnification for you on a daily basis. You did not hire personal counsel in that matter, did you?
No, because we were all addressed as the board. In this case with the recall, these are two individuals that are being called out and not the entirety of the board. So I feel like there's a little bit of distinction that should be made there.
There were allegations made against you specifically.
Okay.
That you inappropriately went to an executive session in naming Director Gregory. That if that allegation came to you individually, you would be a complainant or you would be a respondent. I would defend you and indemnify you. And if a board complaint or recall petition was filed against you, whether you were defendant or respondent, I would indemnify you, continue to indemnify you, and I would vote, or I would encourage the board to vote to indemnify that individual, whether it was you individually, your mistake made at the dais, if you recall that incident that I'm referring to, or whether it was the board in the totality. I would encourage the board to vote to indemnify that individual. So if you want to look at just the word defendant, I would say defendant, respondent are synonymous in that way, because it's an action that you're doing in your official capacity, whether it's from the PDC, a complaint, whether it's an OPMA, whether it's a board recall, you are on the defense. I view those as synonymous. So don't mistake that. I don't see that words don't matter. I mean that sides matter. If you're a defendant, if you're a respondent, I will indemnify you and I will fight for that. If you had a recall petition filed against you tomorrow on those very factors, I would be here saying the exact same thing for you or Director Cook. Where I have a distinction is when someone is a plaintiff in a matter against the school district, I cannot pay their legal fees. If Director Cook said, I want to sue the school district, can you be my attorney? I would say, no, I can't. I'm on the other side. If he said, I want to pay you, and I want the district to pay for the legal fees to sue the school district, I would say, I can't do that. It's an ethical conflict because we are defending, and that is where indemnify comes from. And so what I say is words do matter, but when words don't matter, like the difference between respondent and defendant, it doesn't matter because the distinction has nothing to do with the terminology. It has everything to do with the side in which the side it matters. And that is why Director Cook or Vice President Cook's matter is different than the matters that are and I will continue to indemnify the board, including you individually in your official capacity and in matters in which you might make a mistake because it sometimes happens.
No, and I am glad that we're now entertaining hypotheticals, and that now our, I guess, tone in the way that we're addressing some of the questions have shifted from last week. And I guess that goes towards my biggest point is there's a lot of inconsistencies with the way that we're being advised, guided, given suggestions. And for that reason, that makes it very challenging to make informed decisions up here. Last week, I asked you these same questions. We had a completely different response and a different exchange. And so I guess I'm just not seeing how there's a lot of reliability with the inconsistencies of our council presenting their, I guess, guidance to the board.
I don't know if anyone else feels that way, Director Song. I think my advice has been consistent across the board, and I'm seeing heads nodding. So it might just be you that believes that, and I will just state that that's. And we can take it up to vote. I think the board could potentially vote on it.
I don't think you are not in charge of this board, sir. I don't think you get to determine when we're going to vote on anything. So I appreciate you giving
fair enough,
I
Director.
appreciate you giving us advice, but I don't appreciate you trying to run our board for us.
Well, he was suggesting that my advice, that I'm giving bad advice, so I was responding to that.
No, I didn't say bad. I said different.
Okay, inconsistent advice, I think is the word. Okay.
Yes.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
So my concern with what you just stated there, you said multiple times how, they would be indemnified if charges were brought against them or if complaints were brought against them. What happens when it's your own board bringing complaints and charges against you? What do you do? What is a board director to do? And this isn't anything to do with this particular lawsuit. If a board director feels that they are being attacked, how do they address that?
If a board member is being attacked by another board member?
Altogether, yes. If it is the board acting against a board director, what do they do?
In those circumstances, if I would say that there are protocols and abilities for the board to address that issue.
But where would they go? Where would be the first point that they should go?
Well, we spent until 2 a.m. one night listening about 1669, and yet the board, as a board of 5, not a board of 1, voted to pass 1669.
That was actually our 2 a.m. meeting, wasn't then? It was our meeting about the superintendent's contract. But that's
Okay,
fine.
well, then there was another one.
Yeah,
We've
I know.
had many long ones.
We have.
And so I understand that sometimes, and this has happened for me too, that I was the dissenting vote.
This
And
has nothing to do with my vote.
the board took an action that was justifiable. It's been proven in court, and that decision was not one that you supported. We've heard the arguments. We just don't agree with them. That's why 1669 passed.
Why did it go away then?
Because the board voted as a board of 5 to take away 1669.
For what reason?
Because the board voted as a board of 5 to take away 1669. Question asked and answered.
So you have no answer. Okay, that's fine. I mean, you can answer with that, but it still is no answer. Either of you could make that argument, make any argument of what it was that you decide, why you decided that at that moment, at that meeting, that we had to remove it. You didn't comment then. You said it was due to legal issues or whatever. You claimed that my lawsuit is completely done and over with. If it is, then go ahead and explain.
I don't think that we said it was because of legal issues.
You didn't say anything. And all you're saying is that we decided to pass it. Yeah, I can watch the video and see that. You can't explain why. There's no answer to why. Please, if you have a why, say so. If you don't, hold your peace, and I guess I'll just say my piece, because that's the problem, right? If I'm sitting here as a board director, I can't, he is saying that we are indemnified from legal action, but any action that we do to ourselves is totally okay. So if we decide we don't like someone, if we all decide to gang up on Andy and say, Andy, I want you out of here. Sorry, you gotta go. We're gonna figure out a way to do it, and this is how we're gonna do it. And we figure out something that ends up causing a problem for him, what does he do? Like, the answer is, oh, there's policies and procedures. You're telling me out of the thousands upon thousands of policies and procedures we have, the board director who had been there a month, not even had a second meeting yet, has had this come against them, and they have nothing? Like, they're supposed to go and search for it? When they ask for support, they don't get it. When they go elsewhere to find support, they also are unable to get resolution to it. And it has nothing to do with whether or not my side or your side wins. It has everything to do with making sure that both sides are the same, that they are treated the same, that your side of the argument there is, sure, you can say whatever it is, but you get to have all of that paid for. You don't have to pay a dime. You're completely indemnified of all of it. And your fellow board director at the time asked, why are we doing this? We shouldn't do this. It's going to harm our district. It's going to cost us money. And it has. It has cost us a fortune because we have approved all of those legal fees so far on the other side, and it doesn't end.
Because you're perpetuating it.
Of
That's why
course
it doesn't
I am.
end. It could have ended.
Of course I am.
never.
I've spent $40,000.
Yeah.
Why would you just give up $40,000? If you felt that you were harmed and felt that you needed to have it addressed, and the merits were never discussed, no merit was discussed whatsoever. The only thing that's been discussed is the fact that I was one day late as a layperson.
Wow.
That's the one, if you have
Again,
a different understanding of it,
Yeah, I
please.
mean, I sat through this hearing, and I encourage anybody, like I said before, please go look at the transcripts, please look at
Of
the
our
decision.
hearing?
Yeah.
You were not there. I was in the room, unless you were in the gallery, I guess. Did you sneak in?
No, I was online as other
I see.
people were.
And all they said, all that's been done, and I maybe I'm mischaracterizing this. Is that a question I can ask? What the state of my lawsuit is? Can you explain that to the board?
I'm not going to comment on pending litigation, Vice President Cook. It is not appropriate. I know you have counsel, and I can't control your
understand,
statements, but I'm not going to respond to that,
Okay.
and I'm going to advise the board to not respond on pending litigation.
Okay. I mean, those are the answers that I get here. I came to this board, hat in hand, saying we shouldn't do this. 17 of our community members came and said the same thing. No one came to the defense of it. No one bothered to check with OSPI, the AG's office, WASDA. I did. I asked our board to. I was ignored. The answer that I got from every legal mind I could reach out to at the time all said that it didn't make sense, and this has never happened before, and they didn't expect that to happen. They didn't know why it was that way. But no one bothered to get any legal counsel outside of the 2 lawyers that we had at the time in the current defense counsel that we have and our previous lawyer, Paul Brockvogel. And both of those groups, I think, steered the board incorrectly. And I don't know how to fight that. And outside of what I've done, and the fact that I have to sit here and plead my case to be treated in the same way that you are, I don't know how to square that. It doesn't make sense to me. Why do we want to continue? Because I'm not ending this until it actually gets decided on the merits. So if it goes to the Supreme Court, it will. And if that happens, it's going to cost this district a fortune. I'm telling you what's going to happen. I'm telling you that this money will be spent and it could be ended today. And if you choose not to, I don't know why. I'm at my wit's end, but I'm not going to talk anymore. I don't want to keep us here until 2. I don't enjoy that. I really don't. But I feel like I can't get an understanding of what has happened and a just honest answer to it. But I guess it's time for us to vote unless anyone else has any comments.
I think Director Gregory had something.
I have I just want to iterate that I was not here. So I'm coming into this very green, I will say. I am concerned about a vote on paying those fees tonight because I don't think as a board, am supposed to be approving that. I think it's the superintendent's job to have a resolution for that. If I'm understanding the protocols, if we have pending litigation, the superintendent is supposed to negotiate, and then we approve, he can allocate that money. Is that correct? We can make a recommendation to the superintendent, we can do that in private, correct? Or do we have to do that from the dais?
It's not required. Certainly, if the resolution passes, I would treat it as the board is empowering and stating that this is to be settled. There still needs to be negotiation.
Right.
I mean.
I can promise you right now, I will say this in public, I know that this isn't sworn testimony. I want this done. We do this, and tomorrow I tell my lawyer to just end it. And if for whatever reason they decide to go against that, I don't know why council would choose not to do that. But if the only way that this continues is if they continue it. I have no interest
I get
in
that,
continuing.
Vice President Cook, and I first want to say I apologize if I got terse with you in regards to the motion. I understand you feel very strongly about this. I appreciate your passion on the issue, and I'm listening. What I want to be careful of is I do not want to engage in negotiation with you on the dais.
No.
Okay?
Right.
And so I want to be very careful because I cannot do that ethically. And so I'm trying to navigate the waters that we have here and that you do have counsel, and I want my advice to be such that it doesn't go into that direction. So to your question, Director Gregory, I would state that you have a resolution, you can vote on it, and what I would treat that as is basically stating to the superintendent and outside counsel to settle this matter, and that they would negotiate those and finalize those terms. You have that ability. You cannot negotiate directly on this, though.
Correct.
You
No, I
cannot
understand.
negotiate it.
Right, I understand that. I'm saying.
And so that's what I'm trying to steal the board away from, is negotiated the terms of this and what that potentially looks like.
Correct.
What other terms would there be? Like, I'm just honestly, like, as far as I understand it, the resolution's gone. The only thing that continues at this point is getting my fees paid. And then after that, it ends up, there's nothing else to be done, right? Like, I mean, as far as I can tell.
Vice President Cook, I don't want to comment on what the terms could be. I would just say that the document that's eventually executed between the parties, if there is one, will be more than one term.
Right.
And see, and I guess to me, like, we're happily paying the $100,000+ that we've paid so far to the other side of this legal action. And I know that that's a defense, but it's because I felt like I had no defense in that moment. I chose to sue my own district, which is insane. I would never want to do that.
I guess that is a scary precedent, is if a board member does feel like they're being wronged and a board member is not provided that legal support by the board, I guess are we allowed to get a suggestion from you on typically how would that case play
So,
out?
Director Song, here's what I'll say. I've done this for a while. I was put in this situation. I'm not going to comment about pending litigation or 1669.
Right.
But I am going to comment that I advise directors in their individual capacity as they're doing their jobs. And I've never had a situation like this, I will just say. And I take that duty seriously, and I would want board members to feel that they are being supported. I've never had another board member sue a board. That's not happened. As I've advised around 50 boards in the state, from the smallest to the largest in the entire state. So it is a little bit unprecedented. So I don't want to state that this is a normal occurrence, because it really isn't. I think that without saying too much about 1669, what I'm looking at is how I will advise the district going forward. And I will advise the district in ways to keep us as safe as possible from litigation and safe as possible for this type of situation happening in the future. And that's that's all I can control. I can't control about what happened a year ago or anything else. I can only control the advice that I give going forward. And I will give that advice consistently as I can.
Director Gregory, to your point earlier, that's why I advised that this shouldn't have even been on the agenda tonight. But I also am respectful of the passion and think that it should be resolved.
Right.
And so voted to put it on to the agenda, even though I don't believe that this is the proper place to handle this. But now that it's on the agenda, I do think that we should do an up-down vote.
So I want to be clear. The vote is for fill in the blank for me.
The vote is for the payment of Director Cook's legal and attorney fees.
But I don't know what that amount is. Are we?
I can tell you.
I'm approving. I just want to know what the vote. So
approximately $55,000.
And has that been negotiated?
No.
Because I want to make sure that we're not back.
But the
Does that make sense?
negotiation, like, all this is saying that my legal fees will be paid. Like, that is the end of it. It's not, there's nothing else. Like, I don't have anything else I want done. This is the last of it. Like, I can't, can I tell you to the point that, like, there's no way for me to make this, like, stick to me. And I have fought with this for, like, it has been, as of 2 days from now, 3 days from now, it will be 1 year since I filed this legal action. So I have been arguing about all of this for that long. When I first asked for my legal fees to be paid, they were $5,000, and I was denied that. We've spent over $100,000, possibly over $200,000 on the other side of this. All for what? They've passed it and removed it. There's nothing there anymore. The only thing that keeps me doing this is that I have to have that money out of my account, and I'm not willing to give up $40,000 because I was treated improperly and felt that I needed to have it addressed and was denied at every turn.
I probably can't ask that question.
Director Greger, here's what I'll say to your question. If this resolution passed as is, there still would need to be negotiations between the parties.
Right.
I don't think that this by itself satisfies the negotiations. I think what it does is provide direction related to those essential terms. Yes. But obviously, essential terms would have to be negotiated between council. There would have to be continuing conversation. That is all I'll say. I'm not going to say what those essential terms might be. I'll leave that to outside counsel.
It's an advisory vote, I would say at best, because the superintendent still has the right to
refuse or
pay
right.
or whatever that looks like.
Does the superintendent have the ability to go against board requests? I mean, I guess obviously the board can remove the superintendent after that, but are they able to procedurally just not do it?
I want to be careful with my answer, but I could tell you that routinely I advise superintendents to follow advice of boards. I'll just say that.
This could tie a superintendent's hands, though, in negotiation.
I will, a lot of that's going to be advice that would be given in executive session, but I would say that generally, you know, board resolutions matter, board action matters.
I mean, I'm done with this conversation. I don't know if anyone else needs anything more. I feel like I've made my point. I've tried multiple times. I want this to end. If it's not ended, it's just gonna cause us more money. It's costing us more money every single day. So there's gonna be something submitted from my legal team that they have to create, which is gonna cost more money. And the response from the district's legal team is gonna cost more money. And that will have to happen because there's not enough time before that ends up in court. And because of that, that means if we are actively deciding to spend more money by voting this down.
You're choosing.
It doesn't matter.
You're
Regardless,
choosing.
I'm telling you right now, it's going to cost us more money because of my choosing, regardless. But if we end it today, it ends. And there's no more money on my side, there's no more money on the other side because there's no more litigation. It's done. That's it.
Ms. Lerner, can you reiterate what you just said, just so I'm understanding? Because I think I was in the same place as Director Gregory. This upvote would be to move it so that there's a negotiation to talk about resolving.
Well, the
fees.
resolution does say pay his attorney's fees. We would still need to negotiate what that number is. We would need to negotiate what's in exchange for that. Obviously, the district would need to get something in exchange for that.
Why?
Well, I'm assuming, and again, I'm not negotiating, but I would assume that you would drop your matter. Like, those are material terms. Yes, I know that's obvious to you, but if that's not a material term and it's not an agreement, it's not negotiated for, that's the negotiation that I don't want to engage in right now, Director Cook.
Right.
But
Okay,
that is
so-
what the attorneys do.
so if
is
we
they
didn't-
negotiate the terms.
Yeah, so if we didn't upvote, it's not saying, yes, we're going to blanket just say whatever is in existence, we're just covering it. It would be to move it towards the direction of a settlement.
Before you answer that, a no vote doesn't mean that we couldn't negotiate, though.
That is also correct.
Okay,
That is
thank you.
also correct.
Yes, that's what I think is very clear here, that this is the improper format for discussing this, and that we should not do a blanket vote today for matters that we have not in executive session, which is a more appropriate, and with the superintendent, have this discussion. And so what we're doing is we're tying the hands of the superintendent and the negotiation of the district, where this should not be discussed here. It should be discussed with the attorneys, because it's just even weird to have the ex parte conversation, especially on a dais, where we don't have all the information. I mean, we didn't even have how much the legal fees are, when are they from, how many came before 1669, how many came after, how many came after that we actually removed 1669, and they kept going. And like, there's all of these things that we have the conversation for that can consider to be looked at, but it will tie our hands by saying yes tonight.
And I guess, can you walk me through procedurally then? Because there is this pending litigation, how do we talk about this, I guess, in another format?
Executive session. And believe
Even
me,
though it's pending litigation?
Yeah, we can. So
well, that's what
Oh, okay,
executive
yeah.
session would be for, is because it's pending litigation.
See, and like to answer to that, the issue is it costs us more. Like, I'm sorry, but we aren't going to have an executive session by Friday. Friday is when my legal team must start preparing, which means it's going to cost us at least cost me another $10,000 possibly to get that all prepared. And then the other side has to answer it. By the time we get back here, we aren't coming back here for weeks. And by the time we get back here, it's going to be another probably $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, which is, I'm asking 50-ish. I can't tell you what the exact dollar amount is because my lawyer is the one putting that all together. But it's not like substantially higher than that, but it will be substantially higher than that if we say no to this, because I can't agree to terms until we have an executive session, which is going to be after Friday, which is going to cause it to go to litigation. It's going to continue. This stops all of that. Everything can pause, but it can't. like, and again, I have been fighting with this for a year. It's not like we haven't had time. Like, everything we do here, when it's something that is, in my opinion, something that they try and get rid of, is always, we have to get it done today. If we don't get it done today, then it's not gonna get done. And today is, again, it's us saying, no, we want to wait until we can get the terms taken care of. There is nothing left. It's just paying, which means it's either if we settle and it ends up costing us whatever amount of money my lawyer has charged at that point, if we do it now, it's X. If we do it after today, it's X plus whatever amount that ends up being on both sides. And I don't see how that's better.
Another just procedural question. I know we can talk about this because it's pending litigation in executive session. The reason in the past, I guess, where we would have Director Cook leave the room, is that because he didn't have counsel present, or is it because we didn't specifically put that into the agenda?
So in those matters, because he's an adverse party, because he's suing the school district, he cannot receive counsel based on this because he's an adverse party.
Okay.
And I can't advise both sides. And it kind of goes circular logic in terms of the reason why we indemnify, because I'm a defense attorney and I indemnify and I defend. I don't typically sue school districts. And I can't defend both sides. And that was the challenge of what we have here, which is if Director Cook is initiating a lawsuit against the district, I can't represent him because I represent the school district.
Yeah,
So
no,
I can't.
makes total sense.
I can't be on both sides, right? I can't, that's an ethical conflict for me. I can't represent both sides. And so that is why, that's kind of the heart of what the conundrum here is.
Okay.
And it kind of demonstrates the difference between the indemnification issue that we talked about 2 weeks ago and this issue where he's a plaintiff suing the school district.
Okay, so procedurally then, how would he move this into an executive session meeting?
Right. How do
Yeah.
we-
So procedurally, how would we move this to an executive session if we wanted an executive session to talk
Yeah.
about this more? Yeah, there is a question of timing that Vice President Cook is correct. I mean, we typically attach these either to a regular or a special board meeting, requires notification requirements in order to have those meetings. But we do have the ability to meet in executive session. This is the type of material that we would comment and discuss in an executive session. It would have to be noted as a meeting. It'd have to be scheduled for the board, can be attached to a regular or a special board meeting.
Okay, and then would his attorney also have to be present? Just because I know with executive.
No. So only defense counsel. So counsel, myself would be advising the board generally as general counsel, but there could be other, we could sometimes invite other defense counsel that's representing the board or the school district generally, but generally not plaintiff's counsel in executive session because it's just the one side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then if we did that, would Director Cook not be involved in that conversation either?
He would not because he's an
Okay.
adverse party. Yep.
Okay.
And because he would be the one getting the
Got
benefit
it.
because he's on the other side, right?
Okay, so it would just be the four of us discussing, I guess,
Correct.
the next steps.
The
Yeah,
next
because
steps.
we are in effect, he's suing the board.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Suing.
okay, that's what I was trying to make
Yeah.
sense of, because I think, and I don't want to speak for Director Cook, but I got the impression that I thought this was trying to get I guess, the entirety of the board at the table to have this discussion.
I see, yeah.
Okay, that makes sense now.
So it would be, so conversations about this would happen in executive session without Vice President Cook because he's adverse party.
So is the recommendation then to do that? We should do that?
I believe that we should vote this down here because this is the inappropriate forum to do this, that the appropriate forum is, because the superintendent would be the one to choose this, without executive session, they can continue to negotiate and whatever that looks like. And then in executive session, we can continue to advise and be made aware of what that looks like. This is the inappropriate place to do this.
Okay, no, that clarifies a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because
Yeah.
we're voting an open check right now. Right?
Correct. I mean, there's many things that,
But we're also, we've already written the open check to the other side. So it's already ongoing and will cost us, I'm telling you right now, we vote this down, it costs us more money. Like point blank, it will be more expensive to say no than yes. So a fiduciary duty, if you want to call it that, that would be appropriate. Now, when we sit here and say that, you know, we would go and discuss it in executive session, or that you would discuss it in executive session, and there would be a discussion about this, and I would send something over to you, and you would send it over to me, all of those conversations happen back and forth, and it gets settled. I asked even for my lawyer to give, for a lawyer to be provided to me that I trusted to give me advice when all of this was being discussed in executive session, and I was denied that. Like, what other way could I have done this? I really don't understand. And it's like, I know that they don't want to admit fault, but even just getting rid of 1669, what other thing can you call it than fault? It wasn't there, it was there, and then it wasn't, and you decided to do that for no reason given at all. And I allowed that vote to happen, even though it ended up being detrimental to my case, because I don't believe in doing things to make stuff go away that I don't like. I could have left, causing a quorum to not be here, and that would have ended the discussion altogether. And they would have had a detrimental thing happen to them because of that, because the lawyer wouldn't be able to argue that 1669 was gone. But I don't believe in that. I don't believe in playing games like that. And I have shown myself the same way the whole time I'm here. And for an entire year, I have tried to get this resolved. So when they say that they're going to go and talk about it in executive session, and they're going to try and work it out, I just don't believe them. I don't. I'm sorry, I don't believe this board. It's been a year. How, you're going to tell me that, oh, magically we're now at a point where we can? And for an entire year, we've just not been able to? Why?
But I think the other thing is, it's a new board. I think that's the other thing.
But even when I tried to settle before, it wasn't even, as far as I understand, it was never brought to the board because no one tried to negotiate at all. And they did nothing.
I guess the reason why I feel kind of torn between this is because I think the whole thing was just a crappy situation. Again, 1669, there hasn't been anything else like it in other districts. I mean, a board member felt like they weren't being represented. They weren't represented with questions about this process that was also unprecedented, which resulted in a recall of 2 board members that now they have to go through. So I have empathy for both sides. I think everybody is caught up in this horrible hurricane. And so for that reason, that's where I guess I'm coming from with my defense is I feel like it's also a bad precedence of if there's a experienced board who tries to introduce some kind of resolution and there's an ill-experienced member who doesn't have any form of legal protection because the counsel that's provided, it has to work in the best interest of the district. And so all to say, I just think it's a crappy situation, and I think that's kind of the context as to why I just feel so torn between this decision. I don't think we should be paying for anybody's legal fees, but at the same time, I think it brought in 2 of our other board members to go through this other process that requires payments. Our superintendent has accrued fees, another board member. So I guess just to move forward, I don't know how else to equitably approach this unique situation.
Right.
I would just go back to that remedy is done through the legal process, right? And that legal process is to be the prevailing party, which Director Cook was not.
But
We
still
can
could be.
We can continue to take this where it should be done, which is in a executive session, and we can have those negotiations. This is not a negotiating table.
Yeah.
And so
Right.
this is just the inappropriate, and even more inappropriate opinion because the decisions of the board can carry on, and this has already been brought, discussed, voted on. And while I understand that sometimes it is tough being on the losing end of a vote, this has been discussed. It has been brought to the board, and it was voted down. So let's put this back where it should not be voted here today. It should be talked about in executive session and really with the superintendent and with negotiating parties as a legal matter in how all of our other legal matters are discussed when the board and this, the school district is the defendant.
Would you approve stopping legal fees on the other side so that it's equitable on that way? Is it because you think it shouldn't be equitable? Like it should be, I have to front that and the rest of you don't? That's okay? Like,
I'm not quite sure what you're saying, but
if we want to decide not to pay legal fees altogether, I'm fine with that. Let's not pay any legal fees and just let the judge decide. But that won't be allowed either. I guarantee it. He's going to come up here and tell me that.
Again, if we could stop paying legal fees for both sides today very easily.
How?
You don't appeal it.
I cannot just sit by and allow this to, how else do I hold them accountable? If I say that, and then it's been a year, like I said, and I've asked for this multiple times, and nothing has ever happened. Nothing has ever been discussed. There's nothing. And you're telling me I should stop the action that is actually causing this to have any effect, because they've removed 1669 because of the lawsuit that was happening. They have gotten to this point.
That's not true.
For that same very reason. Oh, it most certainly was. The argument from the other side, and you can watch the video, is that it was no longer in effect. They made that argument. I didn't make that argument. So they got rid of it. I don't know why. They won't tell me why. But then 2 days later, the legal team from this district used that as a reason why my lawsuit was not appropriate anymore. How do you make that argument? Yes, Tim.
Go ahead.
I'm hoping that you're beginning to conceive that this is all self-inflicted.
I don't even know what to say to that. It's just, I'm the one that came to me in a meeting and said that that my wife was a member of the union, and because of that, I should remove myself from all of the discussions of any union in the entire district. I'm the one that created that.
And
then I'm
once
the one.
again, you lied.
Oh,
It's
how?
not because your wife was a member of the union. I told you twice in these meetings, my wife was a part of the bargaining unit in the sense that she was an employee of the school district when I served on the school board. But it had no impact because she had no impact on the bargaining.
That doesn't,
But
okay.
your wife did.
Okay, sir, Mr. Leonard, can I ask you a question? I've asked this question multiple times of multiple lawyers, so this is going to be, again, the same question to you. Does my wife's position in her union, regardless of what it is, does that have any impact on anything whatsoever regarding my role on this board and her role within her union?
Vice President Cook, I can only tell you how I'm going to advise you going forward. I did not advise the board related to 1669, and I'm not going to comment on pending litigation.
This is not, that has
I
nothing
know,
to do
but
with it. His
statements that I
argument is
give here at
completely
this
separate.
dais, I do not want to appear as statements in my capacity as general counsel for the district. I have told you how I will advise the district going forward, and I'm confident that we're going to navigate the issue in regards to your wife in a way that will not result in litigation. But I'm not going to comment about whether or not 1669 should have been adopted, should not have been adopted, and whether it was correct or not. I'm not going to comment on pending
I'm not
litigation.
asking about that.
I understand. But again, I'm going to advise the board going forward, and I'm confident that we will have a solution that will work. And again, you've asked what would be your remedy? Vice President Cook, I would love to sit down and have a conversation with you on how we could avoid this going forward. I just don't want pending litigation.
When did you start on as legal counsel here with the district?
I think it was probably the day before the 1669 vote, which I had honestly was probably did not have the backstory on, but I think it was
February 28th, 27th then?
it was after it had been passed. I think I came in on a vote to repeal it, I think, potentially, Vice President Cook. I don't have the date in front of me, but it's been about a year.
So suffice to say, it's been a year, and you're telling me today that you could have, in this entire year, come and talk to me about that. For the
Director
entire
Cook,
year, and you haven't.
this is pending litigation. The
It wasn't
matters in
then.
which this is litigated. I cannot have ex parte communications with you. You know this. In numerous
But you've
times.
had all these time, you've had a year to do this, and you're claiming right now that, oh, we could just talk this out. Of course we
Not
could have. We
on-
could have talked this out a year ago.
I don't think he's talking about this issue. He's talking about
Going
going
forward.
forward, meaning once we have a resolution to this, whatever that may be, that going forward, he can advise the board on how we could navigate this if it were to come up again. So if two board members, we all gain up against Tim, and, he feels in the same position you did, we could then come up with the policies and procedures or some way of being able to, amongst ourselves, manage ourselves. That's what he's
Thank you, Director
alluding
Gregory.
to.
And looking at, in addressing this issue going forward in the future.
But he also said that nothing like this has ever happened. And when I talked to 3 different lawyers from 3 different agencies, the Attorney General's office, OSPI, the Office of the Superintendent of Public Instruction, and the Washington State School Directors Association, all 3 of those agencies, the lawyers, the directors of them at the time, said that they had never heard of it and they didn't understand why it was necessary. And even our own lawyer, when we did it, said that it was not legally necessary, yet we still did it.
And again, I can't speak to what happened or who said I don't have those. I did do some research on this. Other states have had similar where the board another member has sued each other, and they have to put in guardrails. I think there's ways that we can navigate this. I think for this issue, I would need the superintendent to do their job and negotiate
And this directs them to do so.
I don't know how
That's what our
it's
lawyer
not
said.
worded. No, he said that this doesn't just direct it, it gives them guardrail parameters that we may unintentionally.
The only thing that could possibly happen is they pay me less than what I've paid. That is the only thing that could happen. I cannot get more than I've paid.
Yeah,
That's
but the
not legally
resolution
possible.
says to pay up, the resolution pays all, it says all of your current attorney's fees. And now you just said you would negotiate, depending on what the negotiation is. So that's my
I'm
concern.
not negotiating. I'm saying make us equal, make us on both sides, because the other side's getting it paid. It's just racking up the charges all along, every single day, and that continues to go on. But we're worried about my charges going up and not those. Why?
Well, because
Because
ours is only in response to, if you're not continuing this litigation that's already been decided, then there's no more charges.
But I've already told you that I cannot do that because it has been an entire year, over a year since it was passed, and our board has made no progress towards any sort of resolution whatsoever. And so, of course, it's going to stay. And I am telling you right now, I am not ending this until there is a judgment by either the appellate court of the Superior Court of King County or the Supreme Court of Washington State. Those are the only people that I will allow it to be. Once it gets to the Supreme Court of Washington State, it'll be done. But this issue of it being not filed properly will not be used. It will be decided on the fact that the Supreme Court will look at what was the intention of the legislature. When they created the OPMA, they intended to make these things not possible because I could have brought it out into public and it could have been discussed in a way that everyone got to hear and everyone got to have their comments heard all throughout the discussion. Instead, I was denied that. And when I tried to get legal counsel to tell me whether or not that was a problem, I was denied that. How many times do I have to try and get this resolved? And I know that they're sitting here telling you that, oh, well, he could end it at any time. Of course I could. I've already been out the money. They've already essentially admitted wrong
by getting rid of 1669. If they didn't think it was wrong, why'd they get rid of it? They won't even answer that. But still, we want to be inequitable in how we handle this. We pay for their legal fees when they have actions going against them. When I have, not granted, not a legal action, but I have action brought against me from my own board, I don't get that same courtesy. Why?
Because you would get that being a prevailing party.
No,
I
I'm
think that
talking
we're
in executive session, just us. There was action brought against me in that room. And that itself, like, I have no answer to that. Like, how am I supposed to fight that at all? If they are making wrong choices, and especially considering I believe that laws were broken, if that's the case, I have to see it through. And I'm asking for us to stop this nonsense and just move on. But I guess this board wants to continue paying for lawyers to make profits off of our inaction. And if that's what we want to do here, so be it.
Seeing no further discussion, a motion is on the floor for item 8.02 for the payment of Director Cook's.
I just
have
had
DR.
promotion.
Director Cook's legal and attorney fees.
Can I get a roll call vote?
Director Gregory.
As written right now, it's a nay for me. As the motion is written right now, it's a no.
Director Song.
Yes.
Director Clark.
No.
Director Cook.
I abstain.
Abstention. And I am a nay. The vote is 1 yes, 3 nays, and 1 abstention. The motion does not pass. We move on to consent agenda. Is there a motion on the floor?
Move to approve the consent agenda, items 901 to 909.
Is there a second?
Second?
A motion has been made and seconded to approve the consent agenda as presented. We are open for discussion.
There was an email that was brought up about the lead water testing action plans. Can we get some clarification on how we address that and if we are addressing the concerns that were brought and that sort of thing?
I believe that's item 905.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm not asking to have it pulled out.
No, that's great, yeah.
Yes,
I'll ask Director Cook to join us at the podium to speak to.
Do you mean Mr. Buzzard?
No.
No,
Director.
I don't.
Cook? Oh,
No.
I'm so sorry, there's two cooks.
Yeah.
I know, and he's
Sorry.
also a director.
Director Cook
thing.
is going
Yeah.
to the, what?
See?
Sorry, I just
It's a
know
play
he's
on words at
Gordon.
9:50 at night.
I'm sorry about that. My apologies for correcting you.
No worries.
Okay. I'm so sorry, it's everybody.
It's okay, I did the same thing in the email, so it's
Okay.
totally fine.
Who is Director
At
Cook?
the time, so. Yes, so, good evening, President Margell, Board Directors, Dr. Behringer, Ms. Curry. The lead action plan, well, I'm just gonna read what I've written, because we talked about this today, and we looked at it based on some input from Department of Health and others. So, we initially submitted our original action plan to the Department of Health for review. Department of Health approved our proposed actions, recognizing our direction, and recommended a few adjustments. We incorporated these changes as we understood them. The revised action plan then was submitted for this board meeting. After receiving valuable feedback from the community and engaging further discussions with DOH, we recognized the need to update our plan to clarify our intentions and make them more transparent to the community. And a summary of these changes are for the mitigation plan for fixtures exceeding 15 ppb, no changes. Mitigation plan for fixtures between 5 ppb and 15 ppb, replace remediation, the word remediation, signs, flush for 30 seconds, with flush for 30 seconds, and update the timeline to immediate. And I have a this is a lot to just hear. So I have a example of the changes that we'll make, that I can give to you so you can see. And then you can ask questions. The remediation, replace remediation signs, flush 30 for temporary with replace and make it permanent. And then plan post-remediation testing will be conducted by Department of Health and sampling scheduled for after December, once the fixtures have been replaced. So in developing this plan, I think I was overthinking it. I was wanting to get, it's kind of complicated anyway. I wanted to get all the information in all the places that I thought it would go, and it made sense to me, but I'm kind of deep into it. So I appreciate the feedback and the information from folks, and I think what you see, if I can pass these to you, it'll kind of clarify where we're going to go, and it'll, I think, answer everybody's questions. It really doesn't change our intent, it just changes the clarification of the action plan, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So can I just make sure that I understand? So we had a plan. It's very complicated because we have many different sites and things like that. We made a plan. We gave it back to the Department of Health. They looked at the plan. They liked the plan and approved the plan. We gave it to the community to look at. There was some questions on some of the wording and wanted some clarification. And so we took the extra step, even though we have an approved plan by the Department of Health, to do some clarification of that. So to make sure, at least this one member of the community that had questions on it, that found it unclear, that we made it clear for them.
Right. And if one
And-
person has a question, it makes
Sure.
sense that there's more.
Yes.
So that's.
Well, I was just
not a
saying that,
problem.
like, there was one, okay. So, but the plan that was presented to the board, just to make sure I understand this, was an approved plan by the Department of Health.
Yes,
Okay, but we're taking extra steps just to make sure it's clarified.
right.
Cool, okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that the timeline, I understood that. Sorry to
Oh, that's fine.
cut you off.
That was all I was asking. I want to make sure that we appropriately address it and that that's been taken care of so that we can go ahead and vote this through, knowing that all concerns have been looked at and we figured out whatever we needed to do to make that
Yes,
as
and so
copacetic as
the
we can.
plans that we showed you all, we will change to match this for the format will be the same for every site. And then, so, once those are changed, we'll post those on the website if
Okay.
you approve this tonight.
Sounds good. Thank you. I appreciate you explaining that and then also providing the additional information. That's very helpful. I know that sometimes we either don't provide the full information or, well, at least we have it, we just didn't give it to them or something along those lines. Or, what we provide doesn't, make people happy for whatever reason, but I'm glad that we were able to address it in the moment. And even on short notice like this, I'm very happy that we were able to move with a quickness so that we can vote on it without having to worry about that stuff as well. Thank you.
Can I ask just one clarification question? The definition of immediately? We have,
It's already been done. So
Oh,
these
we've already-
actions have already been done.
Done.
So that's what. yeah.
okay, that's
So-
a good
so-
definition of immediately. I'm
For
good with
the-
that.
For the mitigation, so this plan just shows what we've done
Right.
to
Sure.
mitigate it, and there are some things that you could have done. So we turned off fixtures that were above 15. Between 5 and 15, we posted signage and said to flush. So we did that immediately. We wouldn't have let fixtures be used that were not safe for our community. So that's what the immediate is. And that, originally, they had suggested that this used to say TBD for the bottom ones, and they suggested we put in a date. Well, we put in a date, but they meant they didn't mean for that section to be TBD. They didn't mean the date for it to be on that section, they meant the date to be on the second section. So, because we'd already done it.
You had me at already done.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I say that flippantly, but
No.
really I appreciate the work that goes into it. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't setting up something that we were saying that we're going to do something immediately in 44 schools that hadn't been done, knowing that there's a certain amount of time to be able to, what is immediate? So
Yeah,
done is
that
good.
has already been done, and then the second part, the remediation is to replace them and that's a permanent remediation, and that will happen in September.
Yep, okay.
And then once they're replaced, the DOH will come and test them, and then we will, this becomes now kind of a living document.
Yep.
So as things happen, we update it and just resubmit that this piece of paper document until the end, when everything has been, cleared and the level where it needs to be.
Fair.
I just wanted to say to Vice President Cook's point, thank you to Gordon and Dave and the time they spent, engaging with our community member via questions back and forth and dialogue. It was a short period of time, but I do appreciate kind of going that extra mile and listening and engaging back and forth and coming up with a solution I think is a win-win. I think it goes back to the piece that a lot of people bring up every now and then about trust, and I think this shows that we are working to, one, not only listen to our community, but continue to engage in a fairly quick manner and see a solution that has community voice in it in a quick turnaround. So appreciate you taking the time out of your day, the last couple days to make this work.
Thank you.
And I appreciate that you're the ones who should handle this. I appreciate that the board is going to vote on this, but we're not the ones that handle this. This is operations, and thank you for handling that lane. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay. Any more discussion on any of the items? Great.
One last one. I'm assuming that the vouchers has money going towards the legal fees against me, once again. Is there any way for me to vote against that separately? Are we able to pull it out at this point, or do I just need to vote against the whole thing? I'm sorry, I didn't realize vouchers was on there.
I'd accept it as a friendly amendment, but don't pull that one.
Okay. What is it? I guess
You make a motion.
I move to amend the consent agenda to remove the 9.07 vouchers.
Is there a second? Okay. Seeing that there, a friendly amendment of removing 9.07 from the consent agenda has been made and seconded, we're now open for discussion on that amendment.
Well, actually, if we pulled it, just vote the others and then
Yes.
come back to it.
Okay, so we have a motion, though, to accept the consent agenda as made. So we're making an amendment to the motion
agenda.
that's
We have to
made.
approve the amendment first and then move. Yeah, I think
Okay.
you're right.
Could-
I mean, it's fine.
If anything, this is probably overkill, but, which is fine. Okay, so an amendment to the motion at hand is on the floor. It has been made and seconded to remove 9.07 from the consent agenda. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. Now we have a motion on the floor to accept the consent agenda items 9.01 through 9.09, excluding 9.07. The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0. Is there a motion on the floor?
I move to approve 9.07 vouchers.
Second.
A motion has been made and seconded. We're now open for discussion. Seeing that there's no discussion, all those in favor of approving item 9.07 vouchers, please raise your right hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those against, say nay.
Nay.
The motion passes 4-1. The informational items there in 10.0 are there for your perusal and looking at. There is no more communication. We did cover all of those in our first section. So we move on to 11.02, board reports and discussion. And we will start with Director Gregory.
So I've been very busy since the last board meeting. I had an amazing time at the Communities in Service Breakfast. I went and met members of our community and as well as other interested parties from the public. So it was a very good, excellent breakfast. And I met a lot of amazing people, and I met the police department, the Kent Police, anyway, that's a separate piece. I also had the pleasure of being with Vice President Cook. We went to the Cowlicks Tribe, and it is for the Washington State School Directors Association meeting. It's called, it's a convening of school directors and tribal leaders. A very interesting day. We had a very interesting day. I thoroughly enjoyed the Cowlitz Tribe drum team, and we learned a lot about Native culture and impacts to our Native students. It was very eye-opening for me, and I'm looking forward to questioning the school district and getting support in understanding our numbers and what the things that we can be doing and partnering with our Muckleshoot tribe. That's it. That's all. I've been busy.
Thank you, Director Gregory. Director Song?
Again, thank you to everybody who presented today. I think the presentations were very well informed and provided a lot of insight and clarity into the operations and the behind the scenes work. So thank you guys. Last week I went to, Vice President Cook, you'll have to remind me of what school it was, but they had their international fair. So it was really fun to kind of see the student artwork. There is dancing, and then each group was able to have a table that provided food from their cultural background. So I thought that was a really fun experience. And then also tonight as well with Dr. Berger going to the Kent Educators of Color art show as a art judge was a first for me. And so that was a lot of fun just seeing the talent that exists within our district. And then in 2 weeks, I'm still serving my final, I think, year I'm part of the National School Board Association. And so in 2 weeks, we'll be going to DC to kind of rally and talk about the upcoming legislative changes and federal decisions that are going to be impacting us nationwide. So I will be excited to bring back additional news and information about that. And I will conclude there.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Song. Director Clark?
My one school visit was to go and watch a fast-pitch softball game at Kentwood. But Director Cook, I realize that these struggles are important to you in terms of seeking justice, and I got over-involved, and I apologize for calling you a liar.
Thank you.
Does that conclude yours, Director Clark?
Done.
Thank you. Director Cook?
First off, I accept your apology. I think it is important that we make amends when we make mistakes. I try to do it when I do, and I appreciate that you've chosen to do that as well. As far as everything else that's going on, I did attend the Kent State of the City. I wasn't able to stay through the whole thing. I had other commitments to go to, but it was really good, the part that I saw. It was really enjoyable to see what the city is doing. I've still been doing the Kent 101 training, which has really been interesting. It's like fascinating just watching how like the sausage gets made, right? I think we should maybe, if we can, like do something similar here. I think it'd be great for people to understand like what it takes to do the work that we do here. I think a lot of people don't understand it, and because of that, they end up thinking there's more to it than there is, or that it's different than what it is, and that sort of stuff. And I think it would be good for us to be able to kind of put that to rest at times. I did go to the art competition over at Kent Meridian today. It was for the whole district, so it was art that was sent in from all of the schools that chose to be included in that, and it was fantastic. It was just amazing seeing all of the really like moving art pieces. And like they said, that'll be around the area soon. Also, we had a member of our staff there doing pictures and video of everything there, and it was just fantastic. It was very good. It had a tie to intersectionality. That was kind of the theme that they were working on there, along with Black Lives Matter, and it was very moving. It was very, very good. I've been continuing my principal meetings, which is I just go out to meet our principals just so that I get a chance to meet every one of them at least once a year. I want to do that. I'm about done. I have probably about 12 or 13 out of the 44 left, and I'll get about 8 or 9 of them. So this tomorrow and Friday, and then after spring break, I'll continue and have a few more. The Cowlitz Tribe meeting, as Director Gregory had said, was fantastic. It was so great, and I really enjoyed the amount of student involvement that they had there. Last year when I went, it was also great, but it was far more regimented in a way. And I think that was partially due to the fact that it was a brand new thing that all the directors were at. So it was a lot more people. So I can imagine it was just logistics might have made it difficult for them to do that. But this time they had presentations from the students, had an entire circle meeting at the end of it. It was really, really good. I hope we continue that forever. As far as this discussion on my legal costs, this is the last time I'm bringing it up. It will be decided elsewhere. It will not be decided on this dais. And so I just want to make sure that people are aware. This was only because I had not officially asked for them. I had not sent an email stating that I wanted them paid. So I wanted to ensure that I had that done and to explain my reasoning for all of it. So that's the last time that's going to be done. Sunrise was the school where we went to for multicultural night. It was a lot of fun. It was great seeing what the kids came up with. They had presentations and a lot of kids made food, which I always love. So it's always fun to get to taste the food that they get to cook in their homes and stuff. It was just really a lot of fun. Last night I had another event at Sunrise. It was a steel drum concert that my kids are both in steel drum, and so they performed. It was fun. I really enjoyed it. I love watching like anyone's kids, but my kids especially. And so it was really, really good to get to see that again. But so I look forward to working through the issues with our district, but also getting all the rest of this stuff keep going. I've heard nothing but good things about fifth grade camp. And I cannot tell you how over the moon I am about that. Last year was a struggle. There were a multitude of issues with it. And we tried our best to get as many kids that could go. And this year, I am just proud of our district for taking charge of it and getting it done. And it just proves that when we get people to get buy-in and we get out there and do it, this district can be and is successful every single day. So anyone that says otherwise, come meet me in the parking lot. Like I will happily discuss that with you and explain all the reasons why I think this district has an incredibly bright future ahead of it. So, but other than that concludes my board report.
Thank you, Director Cook. I have a lot of things on my list today to talk about. First, I'm really excited to be talking about bathrooms, which is just the weirdest sentence to say ever.
I feel the same way, which is a bizarre thing to say.
Yes. We know that this is important to our students, and I want our discussions student-focused. And they have told us time and time and time again that this is a concern to theirs, and so it is a concern for all of us in the room. So I'm really excited to have a work session and more than anything, be able to hear from our students and the advisory council that I'm very excited that we are finally been able to put in place. I think we need to revisit our policy around student voice and board seats and make sure that aligns with what we're doing. But I'm glad that the direction that we've gone on it. I know it takes a lot of work to get there, so thank you very much, Dr. Berenger. I'm excited to be able to get the input, and so we can start moving towards a resolution on how we can have safe, open bathrooms for our students in our middle schools and high schools. I had an opportunity to be at a 10.5-hour wrestling meet for middle school boys and girls, boys and girls, on Saturday. And if you ever want to see the heart of how kids should deal with winning and losing and sportsmanship and teamwork, come to a middle school wrestling meet. It is heartwarming and amazing. There was so much coordination. I noticed that there was a mat from Canyon Ridge, there was a mat from Kent Lake, there was a mat from Kentwood, and I'm sure a mat from somewhere else because there's 2 rooms going on, and so we know it takes a lot of coordination of the district to make this all happen, and all of the coaches and the parents, but really the kids. And they did great. It was amazing to see. Just love that we give our students many different ways to learn the life lessons that they have to be able to go forward and do successful, amazing things. I also had the opportunity to participate in 2 elementary school auctions. I will say I love the auctions. I love seeing the parents, seeing the principals, seeing the staff that's there. I hate that we have to have auctions to pay for our schools. And we should be fully funded from the state. It's the primary responsibility of the state to do this. But thank you to the parents and the staff that put things together. And one of my favorite parts of school auctions are seeing classroom projects and seeing the artwork that our students do. The joint meeting with Covington is always a highlight throughout the year. One of my takeaways for this was seeing what we can do to make more sports. And I think it was specifically around sports that the city brought up, but maybe overall activity space available in our schools. And I'd just be interested in hearing more about what that looks like. And I think that was a takeaway for many of us, because that's something that's highly enjoyed by our students and then by the city, of course. Again, student advisory, this is a long time coming, and I appreciate it because we want to do it right, and I'm excited that we're moving forward on something. I look forward to going to Kent Ridge's choir fundraiser this Friday night, and hearing there's a lot of solo acts on during this fundraiser, and it's just it's fun to hear students in a choir try something a little bit different, do something new. Our board retreat is coming up here very soon. I think, is that a week from today?
A week
Yep.
from today.
I just remind the board of the homework. And coming up with no more than 3 budget priorities to discuss as a group, and talking about the strategic plan that they're aligned with and why this is a good alignment for what we're looking at. And I'd also like to shout out to our Chatelains, more than 20 state titles. They just had their send-off to state, and so I wish them best of luck to continue to add to the number of state-winning performances that they have. And with that, at 10:14, we are adjourned.